Yes, and it's called Luis. Luis.
You mean the third one is going to be changed?
So he's the online moderator, but he
Right.
will be here.
He'll be here.
Yes. But then there's Luis Barbosa.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Luis Barbosa.
He will be here in the room.
Right. And he's going to be speaker.
Yes.
Barbosa. Okay. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5
Mhm.
speakers.
6.
And also you're going to be speaker.
Well, yeah, moderating.
All right. Okay. And there, some of them are in Zoom or everybody on site?
So far, I know they're all on site.
Okay. And just in case if there is a change, let us know.
I will do. Thank you.
Do you have any slide?
That I don't know. I don't think so.
Right. Okay. And is there any order of the speakers? The first speaker, second speaker,
Yeah. So first is me,
you,
and then Jamal,
right?
and then Chris, then Luis,
Luis. Okay.
then Nepal,
Okay. 4.
and then Yuneka, which is Maktar.
Mactor number 5.
For me. I'll just move my things over here. Good morning.
Our staff will bring the microphone
Okay.
to those who need.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And we have an audience here.
Nice to see you again. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Good. How was your week?
Yeah, good. I'm a bit tired.
Of course. It's not. It's always a good IGF if you're tired at the end of it.
Indeed, indeed.
So I would suggest that our panelists would sit here,
Okay.
so that we will be in a good view of the camera. We're sitting over here because there's a mic behind you, so I can't see any questions if there are any. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. There. I'm not entirely sure if there's any online.
Nibal is online.
So Nibal, there's one person
Yeah,
online.
I checked with her. She has access to the room, so and it's 2 o'clock her time.
And are there any presentation slides?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just
No, it's just a
Just
separate
a blah, blah.
conversation.
good. I wonder if there will be audience. But
Well, it's being recorded, so
yes, so it's not bad.
so I will tell all of your colleagues. I will send an email to you and you all saying, watch Lewis.
Yes, have you seen the Morton's message? There is this room that the rector said that we could use.
Wow.
It's not here, so it's a bit strange to use the room, but nevertheless, it's in
Yeah.
6th floor in the...
Yeah. I'll just explain to Nadia because she's integral to
Yes.
that meeting. So
Can I just comment first? Is Nibal already in the room?
I don't know. She confirmed last night.
Okay, so she confirmed with them because she's not in the room right now.
Okay.
The reason I'm asking is during my own session, my co-moderator and the first presenter was in a different Zoom room
Yes,
than the section, so I just wanted to double check.
yes.
Good
Okay.
morning.
Makes sense to have him.
That's why.
But I don't, and yeah, actually, yesterday I forgot to remind him in the end of our session. I had that intention, but then I
The
just,
session yesterday was.
yes, I was. We were talking with the other,
Well, this
the
is
other
why
guys,
There was another
It was a
person and there
confusion.
was this state secretary.
but I
so-
thought.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused now. So because we have him down and we mentioned him throughout the discussions. Okay. All right.
Maybe he arrives.
Let me, I'll try and write Soreen, I have her WhatsApp, and see if he's around.
I don't think
Maybe it's-
anybody will be around at 8:30 on this day.
I just met Alexander Barbosa in the corridor and said he should come up. So, but it was like, it was all school kids getting off the metro.
Yeah.
It was like very few participants from.
No, I know.
The presentation of your book is today?
The presentation of my book was on Monday. I have the
On
slot before the
Monday.
opening ceremony.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I've seen something about a book on youth, and I thought it was yours
Yes.
for today.
It's the Youth Atlas, which is what I'm also
okay,
featured
okay.
in. It's the second edition of a collection of youth activities in internet governance and the Internet
Oh, I
Governance
see.
Forum.
I see.
And then in the first year, they did the Youth Atlas like 4 years ago. And my predecessor at
You
European
need to be
Regional
online
Events,
and
she
you have to
submitted
see.
something, and this year I submitted
I'm just
our
writing a mail to
contribution
Mark.
So because I knew you were at dinner last night, I didn't want to bother you with it, but Lewis is free at 11:15. That's what we said.
That's what you suggested, or
Yeah,
11:15.
11:15.
I don't know if you saw it, but if we need a room,
Yeah.
it's the
No,
one on
no.
the 6th floor. The rector left 2 days ago, no one's using it, so,
Yeah.
and it says.
The director said that we could use it.
So you can
And he said we could use it.
Although it's a bit strange to use the room without the guy, but okay.
No, it's
Can do
fine.
it.
We can put our feet up on the table and send
Indeed.
him photos going, who's the boss now, man?
Yeah.
So Nibal has just arrived online.
Good.
Uh,
We have 2 minutes.
Should I check the microphone?
Sure.
All right.
You mentioned 11:15, right?
Yeah.
I have a meeting with you and youth and bodies.
Are you free, Morton, at 11:15?
yes,
Yes,
I'll
good,
align,
good.
I wrote I'll align to YouTube.
Great.
Levels from local to regional and beyond. If you have any questions, thoughts, doubts, solutions, audience. So regional commissions and other regional actors contribute toward managing this global
Forum. I think in the format of the open forum, I should be brief, and I've already taken up my 2 minutes. But in the spirit of this, I would like to rather just raise a few points and then pass the baton on to my colleagues. So we ask the question about governing a global public good. And I want to get to that that kind of unpacking that concept later on. But maybe I could start by saying that the intention behind this panel and the discussion that we're having here is to really try and address how global issues can be addressed more successfully at the regional level, or can be started to be implemented at the regional level. And we talk about UN regional commissions, and I'm very happy that Nibal is on the call to share her experiences with us. But there's also different regional actors that play a role. In addition to the UN regional commissions, you have technical actors who work at the regional level, such as the internet registries. You have also economic actors that work at the regional level, such as the European Union or different regional trade associations that work together. And I think that's one of the things, you know, the beauty of the diversity of this idea of regional plays in there. At UNU-CRIS, which is where both Nadia and myself work, we have been working on a project that's been financed by the Free University of Brussels, where we look at global and regional multi-stakeholder institutions, and we look specifically at those kinds of institutions that engage with different actors rather than, or a multitude of actors, rather than looking very much at the diplomatic or the economic framing themselves. And in that, we actually tried to develop, or one of the things that we tried to do was also look at how norms, principles, and practices flow from the global level to the regional level. And we termed this cascading governance. And we look at how these ideas that are transmitted at the global level can be pushed through. Some scholars have termed this following through on policy, or following the policy, let's say. This allows for specific flavors of those global norms to emerge in the regional setting, right? And that is one of the things that we're seeing in the contemporary global situation, where we're seeing that global norms sometimes don't really hit the floor running when it comes to different national implementations. And so we think that using regional commissions as a kind of translator of these global norms can help there. I think there's a few caveats that we need to add to this idea. So regions must share common interests and values, and they must be able to adopt, and the actors that play within those regions must be able to adopt those flavors of global norms in similar ways. And I said I'd get back to the global public good issue. And we're talking about global public goods, right? And the IGF has shown, I mean, just walking around and participating in some of the panels today, you realize that the notion of the internet as a global public good is actually quite contested. We don't have the same kind of feeling that we maybe had 20 years ago in this space. And so I think that that's one of the things we also need to address when looking at how regions actually interact with internet governance and the sphere of the digital in general. Oh, my computer's turned off. We do know that the notion of a global interconnected network is a global public good, right? And that needs to be, you know, we need to make sure that we're clear in what we're actually trying to govern, or what we're actually trying to cascade in our governance mechanisms. I think that Nibal and Luis will have lots more to say about this framing and how that actually plays out in different regional and national settings. And I've spent 5 minutes talking, so I'll be quiet now. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you for sharing your kind of opening insights regarding this question. And I would like to move to Luis Barbosa. Please, could you share your remarks?
Sure. Is it? Okay. Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much. Yes, it's a pleasure to be here. Of course, we at WinWeGov, we have a more practical experience. We have not this kind of more conceptualized projects. But I will start to say that there was a well-known mantra from the 70s, think globally, act locally, if you remember, that although it was coined for a very different purpose, still makes sense in this context. actually there are a number of fundamental issues and global challenges that require to be articulated at a broader, even continental level. And I will focus, it's a pity that Maktar has not shown up until now, but I think the African case is particularly significant because Africa is witnessing an ever-increasing digital divide and sufficient in digital infrastructures, often targeted by predatory private interests from the West or from China or both. And actually the fact that the African Union digital transformation agenda has put with one of its main objectives to have a continental fund, an investment for supporting the digital infrastructure, and that IGF Africa this year has made again the same kind of statement is a message very clear for us. At UNIGOV, we have some experience, we mainly work with countries, but we have also some experience in trying to work at a more regional, interconnected level. Some years ago, we managed a big project we did in the Africa Lusophone countries, and some, at a later stage I can share some lessons learned from that process. And this year we launched what we call the West Africa Digital Governance Forum. That was a way to try to bring countries on the same table, try to discuss some pressing issues and mainly to foster synergies and discuss what strategies can be drawn at that more integrated level. Just two remarks, and I will end up for now. First is that although this regional, continental, international level is really very important, one of the lessons learned that we have is that even if countries share a number of common problems and common concerns, they need to be addressed in different ways in different countries, in different contexts. And this contextualization is something that cannot be swept under the carpet when we discuss an integration level. Multi-stakeholder involvement in concrete, contextualized scenarios with appropriate co-creation mechanisms for strategies and action plans is something that very essential and that should be taken into account if you want to think at a more global level. And the second issue is that actually, I think, but Nabil could certainly has much more interesting things to say, but I think regional integration or even before integration, any sort of coordination efforts are often difficult to achieve, and they require consensualized objectives and more than that, consensualized practices. Not only on the macro political level, of course, political will, coherence of policies, all this is very important, but also at the level of motivating citizens and the civil society in the different countries for that, so that strategies, processes, policies can be validated, motivated, and we can build trust around these things. And trust is actually something that actually moves people. For example, in Cape Verde, we worked with a cross-border, okay, it's a cross-border issue. More than that is the diaspora problem in Cape Verde that goes to Europe, that goes to other African countries, even to the States. And so we try to motivate the design of portals of service that somehow allow these people to have their lives simplified. And the presence of the citizens associations dealing with diaspora and their involvement in the process at different levels in Portugal, in Cape Verde, even in the States, was very important for the success of this initiative. So I will do these two remarks. Things require a clear political but also social or civic will to go around, and anything we do should be articulated with the context, the concrete context of the countries involved.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's important to be able to share these kind of also practical examples of how things are working on the ground and kind of the feelings that we're kind of engaging with, that it's not always about the manner in which we design concepts and ideas and how we have these perspectives, but also learn and from lived experiences. And this is why I would like to go to our online speaker, Nibal Idlebi from UNESCO. Please, I would love to hear your remarks.
Sorry, there seemed to be a small problem with Nibal picking up the connection. We are trying to let her into the forum.
Oh, she was there.
She's there, but she's not picking up.
Ah.
So it seems our online speaker isn't available right now. So I just wanted to encourage all the people who just joined us here in the room, and also for those who are joining us online. We are looking at 3 questions here today. And if you have any comments or thoughts or doubts, or even perhaps solutions or what you want to see for the future, we do encourage you to come in and join perhaps at the table or at the microphones so that we can have a little bit of a discussion about these 3 questions. So the first question that we started with was how UN regional commissions and other regional actors can contribute towards managing the global public good. And we already heard from Jamal Shaheen from UNU-CRIS and Luis Barbosa from UNU-EGOV. But then we will also look at question 2, so to examine the ways in which regional actors can mitigate the current shift in discourse and policy toward national reactions, so-called digital sovereignty. Perhaps we'll go into this second part, and perhaps you could even bridge between the 2 questions. Jamal Shaheen, please.
Thanks, Nadia. Okay, so the ways in which regional actors can mitigate this shift towards the national reactions. Well, we heard from Luis that actually these national implementations are actually quite crucial. So the lived experiences, as you mentioned, Nadia, and the kind of the national way of implementing this is actually very important. But I would want to make an argument for actually this kind of, as I mentioned before, this cascading, so this bringing down of the different norms from the global to the local via the regional. One of the reasons why I think this also has a very important role to play in the discussions that we have is that although we talk about the internet or the connected digital network as a global public good, there are many instances in which national states or national actors are actually taking it upon themselves to manage this global public good in different ways. And that may be on different layers in the internet field.
Nibal should be with us now.
Yes, good morning.
Okay.
Morning.
Well,
okay, there is a
defer
problem in the video, but I mean, I'm here. Good morning, everyone. And I'm really happy that we are here. I mean, it's early in the morning in Beirut, but I mean, I'm here. Thank you for including ISQA in this discussion. And I would like to say that, in fact, the regional aspect in the public good, and especially in internet and internet governance, it is really very important. And ISQA, we have been working on this aspect since very long time, in fact. And we have noticed the importance of regional aspect as compared also to international. Let me say how we maybe you are aware, or some people who are listening are aware, that ESCWA, together with the League of Arab States, we have created what we call Arab IGF, which is really a regional platform for discussing all issues related to internet governance. And in this regard, we have noticed the importance to discuss, to disseminate, to promote the global idea at regional level. It was really, I mean, very important because many people or many stakeholders in the national level are not aware about some concept, or they feel far away from the international discussion or the global discussion in this regard. Therefore, I believe the first and the most maybe the first role in this regard was really to disseminate the idea, to discuss the idea, to explain some idea which are taking place at a global level, and that need to be from first of all to be explained and then to be contextualized. I would say, considering the regional perspective, the regional social dimension, and the political dimension in some cases, to reflect on how this will be integrated, how it can be integrated. Then the prioritization at the regional level also, it is really very important aspect that we discovered, that maybe some challenges or some idea that are taking place and maybe they have a high priority at international level, they might be different at regional level, because maybe some basics are not yet well established at regional level, and in this case in the Arab region, because ESCWA is working on at the Arab region level. Then the prioritization, it is really very important also, and to see what matters for the region, considering the level of development. Although sometimes we witnessed some issue, because the region itself, it's not harmonized in terms of development in many area. I mean, in technology and in some other area as well. Then it is really, this prioritization is really important, and it is important to reflect it at a global level. I would say that the regional dimension is important for two ways. For taking, the global and making contextualization at the regional level, but also to be the voice of the region in the international fora, and to make the voice of regional aspect be heard at a global level, because the matters might be different and might reflect other dimension that might not be really at the in the international dimension are discussed well. For example, one of the issues that we have identified in our last Internet Governance Forum, it was the access, meaningful access to Internet. And this may be the access, it is not really a problem in Europe or in the Western countries, while it is still a problem, a major problem in some Arab countries, not all, in some Arab countries. I will not spend too much time, but in addition to what I have said, then I believe the regional commission, and in this case ESCWA, we have made also, a kind of roadmap for the public good and for the internet, for the Arab region, roadmap on how to enhance the internet governance and how to tackle all the issues that are discussed at the international fora. Then, for example, legislation was very important. For example, privacy, even cybersecurity is very important. Then, because it is still maybe not quite mature in many countries in the region. Then this is, I believe, to start, as the first dimension, I repeat, dissemination, promotion, and also discussion, prioritization is really very important, and explaining the discussion with the with regional stakeholder. I would say that ESCWA doesn't work alone. We are interacting with all regional stakeholders, with all regional association, either professional or NGO, or even a private sector association or academia sometimes, and of course with the government, which are the main stakeholder, but we include all other stakeholders, including youth, some association for youth. I think I will stop here for now, and I will return back to other aspects later on.
Well, thank you very much for your insights, and I find it very important what you raised regarding these two ways. The first one, providing the context in which these concepts and ideas are on a regional level, but also representing the voice of that region. And it's admirable what you're doing with the Arab IGF, and what you were saying about the roadmap. We would love if you could leave us the link in the Zoom chat, and also send that to us so that we can add that to the IGF webpage, so that people can actually learn what is this roadmap and what from your region have you found is progress, it will allow us to progress towards a more inclusive future. But then I would like to go into question 2. The question 2 looked at examining the ways in which regional actors can mitigate the current shift in discourse and policy toward national reaction, so-called digital sovereignty. And I would like to return to Jamal Shaheen to make any further comments if he wishes.
Thanks, Nadia. Yeah, maybe just bouncing off something that Nibal said, I'd like to emphasize the importance of the two-way street. Right? It's not just about disseminating global or filtering global norms, but it's also about ensuring that regional interests do get brought up to the fore. Maybe if I go back to this issue of digital sovereignty, of course this is a term that's been used in the past couple of years around the IGF, around different fora, to actually try and show how states themselves can actually build their own approaches to understanding how to regulate the global public good that we're talking about. And here you see that there are tensions inherent in a kind of model that links the global with the local. So we think global and work locally, but if we do too much work locally, then the global may be forgotten, and then we forget to think globally. We don't forget to think. But in that sense, the regional as a kind of filter can actually show that international cooperation does work. Right? And I would be very interested also to see how the different regions learn from each other. So, I mean, Nibal, you are the representative of all of the regions. And you actually mentioned that you do work with different stakeholders. And I assume, and I know that you work with ECA, with ECLAC, and so on and so forth. It would be really interesting to actually find out how those interactions work in order to actually nuance the discussions that we have on digital sovereignty. Maybe one thing I could add, and this is linked to, Sophie's just walked into the room, so I have to reference her now. I can't plagiarize. But she'd already mentioned to me something about the different ways in which this concept is actually used in regions. So you have regions like the European Union, which thinks of digital sovereignty as being about managing complex interdependencies, right, or managing interdependence. And then you have in the African Union, you have the Fund for Digital Sovereignty, which is actually promoting national strategies in this area, but that's a regional organization doing that. So you also see this concept being brought up in different ways as well, according to different regions.
Thank you very much. I was wondering if you, Luis, if you would like to provide any further insights regarding this question.
Yeah, taking again what Nibal was saying, I think there is a path that international organizations can do with 3 different dimensions, and one is exactly the representative, the voice thing that Nibal was pointing out, which is very important. The other, I think, is synergetic, the success of this kind of, I mean, the way that we can somehow contradict the more national-based discourse is to address this kind of key enablers of digitalization that are essential for people, infrastructure, connectivity, mobile payments across countries, cross-border problems, all these kind of issues. And the other is pedagogical, if I can use this term, in the sense that, for example, going into question 2, digital sovereignty in Africa is typically framed as an extension of national sovereignty, okay? And with firm roots in this political conception that comes from the Chinese model, if I can say so. And this is, of course, there is also an economic dimension. They try to protect the value chain, their own value chain, all these kind of things. And this is very clear from all the documents from African Union, from, for example, Rwanda's national strategy, or South Africa policy in data and cloud. This is very clear that the stress on economic self-determination, ensuring local ownership and control over their assets. But we all know that this has different interpretations. For example, data localization is very important in all these strategies and for countries as well. Is a coin with double face, because often it represents a will of okay, we own our own data, we are protecting our citizens, or maybe we are just having an easier way to spy on our citizens. Yeah? So does it make sense to discuss data localization in small African states by themselves? Couldn't we do some pedagogical way of going a little bit further, optimizing resources, and mainly try to put in action a more civic, citizen-oriented way of understanding what digital sovereignty means? So this, I think that all these three dimensions, the representative, the pedagogical, and the synergetic, should be taken into account as a way of going around the more national-based, exclusively nation-based discourse that is dominant in, at least when we talk with ministers and national agencies.
So we find ourselves with more questions to our question, and that only makes it more interesting, and therefore I would like to ask Nibal if you would like to shed more insights regarding the work within your regions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the active discussion. I mean, exactly, we have maybe more discussion, more question than answers. This is the era that we are living in. However, I would like, to return back to this national sovereignty and in the context of internet and so on. I believe there is what is interesting at the national level is really also to activate the discussion at national level among the different stakeholders. This is something that doesn't happen all the time, naturally, let us say, because the terms that some aspects are, some of them are taboo still in some countries. I mean, then there is, the need to activate the discussion among the stakeholders, and this is really very important. And we noticed that sometimes there is reluctance at the beginning, but then later on people, government and other stakeholders are quite well engaged if in a way there is some insistence on this regard, or there is some how to say, you need to mediate the discussion and to explain, as I mentioned earlier. And this is really very important because we witness the importance of this. I believe another dimension maybe that is maybe even in our context was important is to build capacity, capacity building. Some capacity building are very important because people need to understand maybe some aspect in better way. For example, we worked with many countries at legislation level, and the implementation and the enforcement of legislation that is really needed in some cases. Then I believe the discussion with the high-level decision maker is really very important. to provide some justification or maybe sometimes explanation of this what is taking place at international level. Putting the stakeholder together, I mean, and making them interacting together, it is not easy sometimes. And this is where sometimes where the regional commission or some other regional stakeholder might play a very important role, because sometimes we notice that discussion doesn't take place at national level unless there is intervention, external intervention, let us say, or external intermediator to have the discussion taking place. Sometimes there is a need for some guidance to have this discussion. Then this is what I would say at this stage, and I believe in the Arab region, based on some study that we have made, some discussion, the forum that we discussed, then there were a lot of better awareness, let us say, among different stakeholders and among citizens on these aspects that are really important. And some NGOs or some citizens, they are raising more their voices towards to get some rights and to have their rights on the internet in better way, especially in terms of freedom and the internet, the access to internet and the freedom of expression, and of course cybersecurity or the related topics. I would stop here for the time being, not to monopolize the discussion.
Well, we're very glad to hear your thoughts and ideas, and it's a clear request and a clear need for a more meaningful participation. And I believe also that Jamal wanted to provide further input or further reflections. It's a discussion, and we also welcome members of the audiences. If you have any thoughts, ideas, questions, or perhaps solutions that you would like to see for the future, then you are very welcome to come up to the microphone or to leave a question in the chat. So in the meantime, Jamal, please go ahead.
Maybe I just wanted to bounce off some of the things that have been said, and thanks very much. One of the things that I think also the added value of the regional approach is that in some parts of the world, between 2015 and 2017, I was working on a project with the European Commission called JIPO, the Global Internet Policy Observatory, which you won't have heard about. But this observatory was set up with the idea of providing information to all actors around the world who wanted to find out about internet governance questions that were being discussed at the global level. And one of the reasons for this was that many countries that maybe don't have an established framework for understanding or leading or guiding in these areas would tend to go back to their imperial, their colonial leaders, right? And would then implement a kind of post-colonialist version of a digital strategy that had been implemented in the former colonial country, the former colonial master. So there was some sort of neo-colonialism, in a sense, emerging, where countries were taking on the flavors not of their region, which is, you know, what we're seeing now with ESCWA, there is a sort of regional specificity, but taking on maybe, well, often always a European type of digital strategy, which maybe doesn't fit with the culture and the engagement actions there. So that's something I wanted to raise, that regional actors can actually bring together the regions, right, to actually enable them to work together. And I think that's what Nibal has been saying, what you were referring to, Luis, as well, in your comments.
Are there any...
If I may?
Please do go ahead.
I mean, there is another, thank you, Jamal. And I would raise another dimension, that there is this regional aspect where we, in a way, interacted with other region And in a way, we copied or we borrowed some of their output in order to bring it to the region, for example. I mean, this is something that sometimes helps a lot. I mean, I would like to say something that we made in the I was active for a long time in cyber legislation. And I would say that we really took benefit of all the cyber laws that took place in the European Union, and that was, enacted. It was drafted and, prepared for the EU. And really, it was very good, material that to rely on and to have the experience of EU to be copied or to be customized. I would not say that it is copied as it is. It is never as it is. But it is taken benefit of this experience, long experience in cyber law. For example, we were enabled to customize it or to have some lesson learned from it, and to customize it to the Arab region. I mean, here in this regard, and we have, in fact, in this regard, some collaboration with ECA, not ECA or some stakeholder in the Africa, who have some sub-regional activity in this regard, and where it was also interesting to exchange experience and to exchange even some lesson learned. Just this is what I want to say, to add.
Thank you very much. And with this, I would like to actually go into the next question so that we have a little bit time to have a discussion about this. So the third question looks to reflect upon the differences between global discourses on cooperation and practical implementation at various levels, from local to regional and beyond. And perhaps we'll start with Luis. Perhaps you could elaborate a little bit about UNU ECOF's thoughts and ideas in the study on cooperation.
Sure. I'd like to stress two aspects that for me are very essential in having success in going ahead with cooperation and with integration of experiences. One is and this was very clear, for example, from our experience with the Digital Governance West Africa Forum. The need to involve other stakeholders rather than governments themselves. This has to be a dialogue with multiple voices, and often this kind of stakeholders coming from the civil society, from the economical, cultural, social ecosystem make a very interesting contribution in fostering synergies and in easing the discourse. And the other is the need to articulate this debate, and this was also very clear, for example, in that experience with the Lusophone African countries, to frame this debate or to articulate this debate with very clear and broader development objectives in terms of promoting a digital economy ecosystem and having people motivated from there. Yeah, this said, of course, there are several ways of addressing that question and of doing taking this path. And certainly different regions have different ways and multiple ways to articulate different forms of governance across different sectors in a more vertical or horizontal way. We had a project, not at that level of regional integration, but we conduct a study. Actually, Morten was here, conducted this study on the different models in different countries in Asia, in Europe, in America, around the organization and the digital transformation of social security that may bring some insights on how this can be, at least how these things articulate at different paths. I don't know, but I would suggest that Morten can say something about that in that perspective.
Thank you, Luis. It's an interesting issue, particularly around the specific elements of governance. So obviously, classical example is data governance. We want an interoperability framework. We want our legal and regulatory framework on a domestic level. But we see even particularly in federalized countries like Australia, Canada, Brazil, China, where we were actually supporting the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security on this specific issue, brings some additional complexity that we also see on regional levels of autonomy. My data, or the data sovereignty issue, as in it is my data as a nation, it is my data as an organization. And we sometimes forget when we talk about this data governance or sovereignty that, well, actually, isn't that what citizens sometimes tell government, that it's not government's data, it's my data, it's data on me, my family, my income. So these elements play out. But what we saw very clearly is it's not just about what we're already talking about the governance model, about the frameworks, about the legal and regulatory systems and standards, so we can map up the data. It goes to skills, formal internal processes about what do we do if we think the data is maybe incorrect? How do we do that formally? How do we report back to the sister agency or the country next door where we get the data and saying, sorry, but, you know, Jamal, you don't look 130 years old. And sorry, Morten, why did you have an income of 23 billion last year? That seems a bit odd. What is the process for fixing that so we don't have errors? Because errors are both bad service. It's also bad for decision making, and politically it's also sensitive, because there's nothing worse than telling an old lady that she can't get a pension because she's earning 33 billion euros when in fact she's earning 2,300. So those are the type of things that came out very clearly in social security, particularly on the interorganizational exchange or even national regional exchange. And then when you see pilots like the Spaniards exchanging data with Uruguay on social security, we see it in a European context or an African context. These elements become even more prevalent and complex because we're not suddenly talking about national partners, we're talking about cross-border partners. Or we talk about federal countries where provinces and state have levels of autonomy, so central government cannot necessarily specify or mandate a certain approach. There need to be that flexibility within the framework. So these are some of the things that came out in some very diverse cases from China to Denmark, and even looking at the EU influence on national legislation on this topic in countries like Denmark and France, where it's very clear that although the national approaches are different, they are aligning to what is thought as being the approach for the region at large. And that then allows that my local, regional, central government data can be exchanged in a meaningful way with a country somewhere else in the region, because we have a common framework or a common reference frame about certain things.
Thank you for these examples, and I would invite a member of the audience to join us at the microphone. If you could share your name and your affiliation.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Mahesh Pera from Sri Lanka. So I have a question for the esteemed panel. I mean, this is the topic on digital governance. So from Sri Lanka, now we have been trying to digitalize the nation for the last 20 years. Now we have almost drafted a new strategy, because citizen in the front, as you said, citizen, I mean, it must be all about citizen-centricness. Citizen has the control. As you said, I mean, how do you empower the people? How do you strengthen the government? How do you improve competitiveness in businesses? I mean, it's all about this strategy, digitalization of the national strategies. Now, the question I have for the esteemed panel is, I mean, now we had one institution who is accountable for this digital transformation, which is not so successful over the last 20 years. Now, when it comes to drafting a new strategy, this strategy must be governed by a set of organizations. So what sort of characteristics, or what sort of teeth and muscles this particular institution must entail? I would like to hear different perspectives from the esteemed panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Perhaps I'll first turn to Nibal online for your first remarks regarding the questions that were raised.
I believe this is really very important question, I believe, and it is really for many countries, I mean, struggling even with with this. I mean, I believe that such a strategy, whenever the strategy should be really done in formulated in a way, in collective way, and or discussed in collective way before its adoption. This is one of the lesson that we have learned. And when we involve different stakeholder at national level for the discussion about any future action that you are doing, especially strategy, it is very important to involve them from the beginning and to have them on board. Maybe they will not draft like you, but I mean, like the government, for example, but I mean, at least they interact with you, they give their idea, and then their buy-in later on in the future for the implementation of such a strategy will be much bigger, I mean, and their involvement will be much bigger. Then the involvement of all stakeholders from the beginning, from the start, and to have some interaction with them regularly. This is done, I mean, this is first, and I believe there is in such, to have in a way trust in the government, in the public, in this strategy and in its implementation. We have noticed that whenever there is a kind of a quick wins in the implementation of the strategy or in the implementation of this transformation, then if there is a quick wins where people see the result of this strategy, they can, they entrust the government much more, and they believe in this, and they will be more cooperative with that. I believe having a kind of committee or a kind of committee for looking after the implementation at national level, not only from the government, I mean, to have a kind of multi-stakeholder committee where many partners at national level are involved in this committee. They will to supervise or to follow, at least supervise the implementation. It is really very important, and it gives some credibility to the government as well as in the process. This is my 2 cents to answer this question.
Thank you very much. Perhaps I will move to Luis.
Thank you for your question. When we go, actually, we have a long experience in supporting member states in designing and implementing national strategies for digital governance. We are not a consultancy company, as you know, but we have this mandate of supporting member states in that direction. And your precise question on the who is going to take care of this? This is crucial, I think. In terms of course, different countries have different models. There are national agencies, ad hoc commissions, strategy committees, whatever. What I think is very important is to have a clear mandate for whatever commission or committee is going to go ahead with this. A clear mandate, strengthened by a clear political will from government and with technical capacity as well, because often you get some stakeholders that are more the political representatives of different sectors, and this does not go. The other 2 points that I would like to emphasize, Nibal has already talked. The first one is absolutely crucial, the involvement of multiple stakeholders in designing, and not only in designing, but also in implementing and monitoring the strategy. I used to say in some of the countries that we have been supporting, that often the process of thinking about a strategy, designing it, is even more important than the final document itself, because it is able to put people in dialogue, to build trust, and to motivate institutions. Yeah. So we have some elements of our experience that I'll be happy to share with you if at a later stage. There was some other aspect that I intended to mention, but actually I forgot for the moment. But yes.
If I may, I think if I put my former Danish civil servants hat on, working for the Agency for Digitization, I agree with what Luis is saying, but want to add an important detail. one thing that many countries forget in the consultation process is including regional and local authorities. In some countries, local authorities have a very small service delivery role. It may just be fixing potholes and a few garbage collection things, which are nonetheless essential things in a smart, sustainable city and community context. And often we see, even with infrastructure rollout, such as data distribution, electronic service standards, local and regional authorities are utterly forgotten in the national strategies. So there are also internal stakeholders. On the mandate, it doesn't matter if it's a Ministry of Sport that has the mandate for digital or if it's an agency for digitization. The name doesn't matter. It's the mandate and the recognition of that mandate. And that requires that there is actually a compliance mechanism. There's a carrot and a stick. Many government agencies, particularly large, traditionally powerful ministries, tend to run circles around newly established agencies for digitization, etc. So where you position it is, again, not relevant. It's the mandate and the strength of that carrot and that stick that comes with that mandate. So the cross-governmental entities and collaboration forums are extremely important to get all the ducks lined up in a row. I think German Chancellor Kohl said it about EU integration. It doesn't matter how big or how small the ships are, as long as they have the same port of destination in mind, and we all get there at some stage. So that's the same with digitization. So that's really important things, particularly also when we talk about regional cross-border governance, because regions and cities are the ones that have neighbors across on the other side. It's not the capital city. Yeah.
Thank you very much. As we start going into the final moments of our session, I would like to ask Jamal, if you could highlight the praxis between the global public good, digital sovereignty, and cooperation.
Thanks, Nadia. I will try. And I will use the discussion that we've had a bit just now. And thank you very much for your question. I'll try and incorporate some responses in here as well. I think one of the things that we've realized here is that regional cooperation works as a kind of two-way mechanism between the national level and the global level. So reflecting on how we can filter global norms and global practices, or no, global norms rather, and how we can use the national practices to influence or to shape those global norms as well. And I see that as being one of the key issues here, that sovereignty in the United Nations system, for example, is something that everybody recognizes, right? So sovereignty itself is kind of interconnected, just like the global public good we're trying to, at least conceptually it is. And one of the other things that comes out of these questions about the regional and the global and the shift towards digital transformation, in a sense that you were talking about, is that regions can help with capitalizing on experiences that have taken place elsewhere. So I think a lot of the issues that where regions can help, and I know this is how I think ESQA also does work, right, is on the peer review basis. This is something that the European Union has also done. The OECD, okay, well, it's not a territorial regional group. The OECD does this. They carry out peer review processes, allowing like-minded states or states that have common issues to actually share information. And that has been done at the WSIS level, right? But this is a massive exercise, right? When trying to manage that at the WSIS level. The regional level can actually help facilitate that, because they can actually bring this stuff forward. And these countries that work together, that live together, do actually share common interests and common challenges as well. So see that as being very important. Also, that peer review process, a corollary of that is the common capacity building structures that then emerge. And I think that's very important to raise here, that countries, well, you know, this is the essence. I was born in Europe, and I'm now, again, a European citizen. But that we realized that we needed to work together because we could not solve the problems around the world. So that kind of common frameworks actually help in that sense. And then that kind of calls into your pedagogical issues that I think you raised. Okay, I'll stop there because I need to.
Thank you very much. So during this session, we looked at these theoretical concepts of global public good, digital sovereignty, and cooperation, but then also brought that into practical experience and examples, kind of understanding and allowing us to comprehend how that actually works in practice and the lived experiences of people. Nibal mentioned the roadmap that was created, and we hope that that will be shared, and you can find it on the IGF website. But also, I encourage for you to join all the newsletters to stay up to date on kind of developments that are happening and how you can contribute to projects. But as we enter this last minute of our session, I would like to ask each of the speakers to perhaps give one key takeaway and one action point from this session that allows us to think about how do we move forward from here. One key takeaway and one action point. Perhaps we start with Nibal online.
Sorry for that. I think the most important thing that I would like to say that it is sometimes forgotten is that really that from regional to go to global, that regional actor or not, to be the voice of the region and to make here the challenges, the national and regional challenges to get them to the international fora. I think it is very important to stress on that.
Thank you very much. Perhaps Olga Luis?
Two very concrete things. One, to involve academia in this process. We have been making efforts to build networks of universities, to build capacity, but also to discuss these issues at a regional level, the continental level, from the point of view of academia. And the second is more than a challenge. I think there are a number of emerging, I mean, not emerging because they have been there for a while, problems, but cross-cutting problems related with vulnerable people, displaced people, refugees, that actually require a more global action. And this is a challenge, I think, for this level of integration we are discussing.
Thank you very much. And Jamal?
I'm stressing now because I've got -1 minute. The key takeaway that I got is that is really this two-way dialogue, regions shaping but being shaped, right? And the key call to action is I really want to pick up on what was said about participation in this framework. I think that the multi-stakeholder model has been proven to be worthy of consideration at the global level. This kind of issue at the regional level might be also very interesting to look at. There you go.
Thank you very much. So hereby I would like to close this session and thank all the speakers joining here on site and online, of course the audience that are here and online, but also the staff here in Kyoto that are working really hard to make sure that this session is running smoothly, and of course the captioners that make sure that these transcripts become available on the IGF website for the people who would like to learn more about this topic, but we're not able to attend in person. So thank you to the captioners and perhaps any translators that have been working here with us today. So I wish you all a really, really lovely final day of the IGF, and I look forward to seeing you the next time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Nadia. Thank you.
That's also why the opinion is not clear. Okay.
Thanks. Oh, well, LinkedIn.
But it went well. Oh, thank you. I can give you my card as well.
Sure, I'll connect you on Instagram.
Yes, we have a lot of experience on that.
Please share with us.
Very glad
Because
to share.
we have been trying,
See that it's it.
for the last 20 years, we have been trying this. But you know, there are certain successes, but people or the government not quite satisfied. So now, with the support of World Bank, now we have devised a new strategy. Now the argument is, you know, who is going to drive this strategy, and what sort of, you know, capabilities, or they want to have it within the government, they want to have a sort of independent institution. There are multiple sort of discussions.
We very, I mean, a few months ago, we were invited by the government of Cape Verde, not to do the strategy, because the strategy is there,
Okay.
but to discuss its implementation.
Yeah.
And this was very critical, and you know, for example, the articulation between different sectors. Now it relates with the key enablers for the strategy. For example, another example, some time ago we developed a strategy for the judicial system in Saint Tomé and Príncipe, also in Africa. And doing this work, we find out with the concrete stakeholders that what they actually need was an interoperability framework. And so we advised the government to invest on that and to build capacity on that.
That's right.
So this is kind of the
Quite
kind of thing
subtle
that
thing,
we
yeah.
do, and we are very
Thank you very much. I'll connect you on LinkedIn.
And another issue related to your question also, that often it is important to do capacity building, not at the technical level,
Yeah.
but also at the political
Bring
level.
awareness,
For
build
example,
awareness. Yeah.
one thing that you are often required to do is this kind of very high level capacity building, very short, 1 day, half a day,
Yeah.
even to ministers.
Yeah, that's
to,
right.
You know, to this kind
That's
of
right.
level to motivate them.
That's right.
To,
That's right. Fully
it's
agree.
very, very important.
Yeah,
in
very
some
important.
contexts.
That's right.
But
Thank
yes,
you very
please
much.
keep in touch.
Yeah,
It was
sure.
a
Thank you
pleasure.
very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
But if you fund me, then we can do it.
11:15, sixth floor. Yes,
Sixth
and
floor.
we're trying to find the
Yeah, I don't know if we can we actually go up to the sixth floor?
Yeah, you can.
I think we can. Yes, I think we can.
It's nice to meet you. Thanks for the question.
Regional local authorities were not included in the steering committee, and the private sector representatives, they tended to be the big hardware infrastructure people, not the soft, solution service software people. So it was quite interesting. No, pleasure. Yeah, but send me a mail and I'll send you the content, including the link to the fellowship program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. はい。あ、ペドロさん入ってきました。ありがとうございます。お一人だけです。はい、ありがとうございます。
Next session in 10 minutes, right?
Right. The 9:45.
Yes.
May I have your name, please?
Chantal. But it's all changed.
Oh, really?
The list has changed.
All right. Can I know
Yes,
the new
yes, yes,
one?
yes, yes.
May-
I'm not the organizer, but
All right.
I have the information.
Mick, maybe you can sit down here. So far, I have information.
So I think he, from what I understand in my
And,
visa, he joins online.
Yes, already.
Okay,
He
the
entered.
others are in person.
Right?
So it's
He.
Anna Cristina.
Anna.
Ah,
Oh, okay.
Hi, nice to meet you. How are you?
Yes. Good morning. Christina. Drulos.
Are you here for the next session?
Yes.
Okay.
The one that Pedro Vaca organized?
Yes.
I'm in the right
Ramiro?
room. Yes.
Ah, yes. Hi, nice to meet you. I think we might have been in an online talk about with Brazilian CSOs on DSA about 1 year
That could be.
ago.
What's your name?
Chantal with Article 19.
Ah, Chantal. I
With
think so, yes.
Christophe Jean. Yes.
Good to see you.
Are you going to be the moderator?
No,
No, okay.
contributor.
And so Anna and the other. Oh, this is.
No,
She is not here. Okay. Cancel.
Ramiro from Cele is also a contributor.
You mean the speaker?
Yes.
Can I have his name also?
Yes.
Shall I ask?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. I got two speakers.
Yes.
Here.
I'll give you mine.
Right. Sorry to
No, bother you. No,
Juliana? ¿Cómo? ¿A qué cosa? ¿De paseo no? No, ayer era día absolutamente ocupado. Tuvimos un taller, estaba Ramiro también, como toda la tarde. Después una cena, después la fiesta de PC. No, cuando nos echaron como a las 11:30. Hubo gente que se fue a hacer otra cosa, yo me fui a dormir.
Good morning,
Morning.
sir. You are going to be the speaker?
No, I am going to be the speaker. I am going to be the on-site moderator. That's not my name, but that person is not here, so it's a different name.
Can I have your name, please?
Absolutely.
Right.
It's easier to.
Juan Carlos.
Yes. Lara. That's it.
L-A-R-A. Okay.
Yes.
So I want to know the whole schedule for the speaker,
Yes. I will let you know right now.
right? The first speaker.
Is these are it. Online,
Pedro.
on-site, on-sites.
Okay, Pedro is already in Zoom.
Oh, he is.
Well done.
Do you have any slide?
I don't have slides.
Right. Any of the speaker
No,
has slide.
I don't think so.
Okay,
Slides?
wireless microphone.
Far from it. sé si está.
What?
Creo que no viene, ¿no?
No sé, o sea, la vi anoche.
Ah, yo, es que no la conozco.
¿Cuál es, cómo pronuncio mejor tu nombre?
Chantal. Joris, yes, sí, sí. Pero también, tipo, mi nombre existe en todas formas, así que no te preocupes.
Hola, ¿me escuchan? El micrófono está abierto allí para que sepan.
Sí, yo creo, porque yo también voy a hablar.
Ahí sí. ¿Se escucha?
A ver,
Sí.
yo voy a hablar de las cosas. Y vos vas a hablar de las guidelines.
Voy a ver social media y de las guidelines.
Ok.
O sea, para la social media.
Ah, pero entonces está bien que yo no hable
Pues es que lo que pasa
únicamente de eso.
queríamos también como tocar ese tema. Ajá, está bien, pero queríamos tocar ese tema porque es la perspectiva de sociedad civil, también la importancia de...
Sí, sí.
The mic is open, guys.
What?
The mic is open.
It's a hot mic.
This mic is open. So now you can start.
Okay. I think it is time to start, so it is now the moment in which we begin this panel, this session right here. Welcome everyone who is attending this in the final day of the IGF 2023. This is Open Forum number 139, Non-Regulatory Approaches to the Digital Public Debates. Are we going to speak Spanish?
No.
Okay, cool. So welcome to this session. This is the final day of this year's IGF. It is a pleasure to be with you all. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this here event, representing the Office of the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights of the Organization of American States. Thanks also to the representatives of Sweden and the European Court of Human Rights that have supported the proposal for this session, and also to the Center for the Freedom, the Foundation for the Freedom of the Press in Colombia, and the Center for Freedom of Expression and Access to Information at the University of Palermo in Argentina. Second of all, I will introduce myself. My name is Juan Carlos Lara. I work for Derechos Digitales, a civil society organization working on the intersection of human rights and digital technologies in Latin America. I am coming from the city of Santiago in Chile, and my colleagues are scattered throughout the Latin American region. Our concern as an organization is how digital technologies can be used for the exercise of human rights, as well as they can be a threat to human rights when they are regulated or misused by actors, both private and public. Finally, I'm going to briefly introduce the panelists just by name. They will be introducing themselves when it is time for their own interventions. We are accompanied at this hour online by Mr. Pedro Vaca, the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights in the Organization of American States. Here on site we have Ana Cristina Ruelas, Senior Program Specialist at the Freedom of Expression and Safety of Journalists section in UNESCO, the United Nations educational, scientific, and cultural organization, by Chantal Joris, legal officer at Article 19, the international human rights organization working to protect and promote the rights of freedom of expression, and by Ramiro Álvarez Ugarte, deputy director at the Center for Studies on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information at the University of Palermo, Argentina. Thank you all once again for attending this, and thank you to the panelists who will be speaking in turn in a few minutes. The rules of this panel are as follows. We will begin with a brief overview of the situation which has motivated this discussion here on what the digital public debate landscape and the challenges to human rights are with regards to online expression. After that, each speaker will have 10 minutes for their interventions. After that, if time allows, we will have a second round of reactions and participation, hopefully for audience interventions, mediated by the moderators here on site and also online. The guiding question that will open this discussion is on the possibilities of non-regulatory approaches, whether they can succeed and the challenges they present. But to introduce the subject, a few words from the moderator here, because we understand that in the intricate terrain of the digital public debates, we have faced for a long time a series of challenges to human rights that have been compounded, that have been reinforced, that have been worsened in some cases by events around the world, and the failure of both private tech companies and states to fully comply with their human rights obligations has had profound consequences affecting democratic institutions, human rights, and the rule of law. And with the backgrounds of global and local crises in terms of war, disease, authoritarian rule, and human rights abuses that happen both offline and online, we are faced with challenges to human rights that oftentimes are addressed or attempted to be addressed through regulatory response, but because of the presence and the importance of private actors, this always entails also an interaction with companies that often have more power or more resources than many states. Over time, we have witnessed the far-reaching impact of online violence, discrimination, and disinformation in the digital public debate, issues that have cast shadows over the virtual landscape, leading to harm, especially against marginalized and vulnerable communities and groups. What was once a platform promising diverse voices and perspective has seen troubling developments, hostile communicative environments, particularly for traditionally discriminated groups. Furthermore, the discourse has become polarized, distorting the conversations around essential matters and eroding trust in authoritative sources, such as academia, traditional media sometimes, and also public health authorities. To address these challenges, some regulatory proposals have come to the forefront at a global scale. We have seen that there are efforts by international organizations to provide guidelines, to provide guidance for regulatory response. We have seen that regional blocs have also reacted with their own concerns. But many of these intricate systems have aimed to tackle various diverse, different, but interconnected issues, including competition, data protection, interoperability, transparency, and due diligence in the digital public sphere. And while these efforts are critical for responsible behavior online and for protecting human rights, they also introduce complex questions and concerns that demand careful consideration about the balance of rights, about the roles of states, about jurisdictional issues, and the enforceability of the provisions that are created. One of the pivotal questions that emerges is related to the fragmentation of the internet. And while regulation is essential for safeguarding human rights, it is vital that these regulations do not inadvertently infringe upon the principles of freedom of expression, of privacy, and the rest of human rights. So striking a delicate balance in the digital world is a formidable challenge. Notably, in many regions, regulatory debates have been in their infancy or have been completely absent, especially in many regions in the majority world. And in this context, soft law principles, the application of international human rights laws, have played a crucial role in guiding the behavior of companies that mediate online communications. These principles have provided valuable guidance for alternative frameworks, but their effectiveness is a matter of discussion and debate. So in response to this debate, we are going to speak in this morning here about what these challenges are. Since we have seen the advance of a global trend to regulate platforms and the internet in general as a path to address the growing threats of human rights, what are the limitations of these proposals? If they have limited effects, in some cases can present these tensions with the balance of human rights, what other policies, what other institutional and legal frameworks have been implemented globally or can be implemented globally or regionally to propel freedom of expression online and a diverse, equal, fair, non-discriminatory and democratic online public debate? The first word is going to be to Mr. Pedro Vaca, the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights. So please, Pedro, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning there. I hope you're having a great IGF this year. Thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to highlight that in the Americas, we identified that the current dynamics of freedom of expression on the internet are characterized by at least three aspects. The first one is the deterioration of the public debate. The second is the need to make processes, criteria, and mechanisms for internet content governance compatible with democratic and human rights standards. And third, the lack of access, including connectivity and digital literacy, to enhance civic skills online. And this is closely related to dynamics of violence, disinformation, inequalities in the opportunities of participation in the public debate, and the viralization of extremist content. We understand at the rapporteurship that diverse and reliable information and free, independent, and diverse media are affecting disinformation, violence, and human rights violations requires multidimensional and multi-stakeholder responses that are well-grounded in the full range of human rights. As people worldwide increasingly rely on the internet to connect, learn, and consume news, it is imperative to develop connectivity, and access to the internet is an indispensable enabler of a broad range of human rights, including access to information. An open, free, global, interoperable, reliable, and secure internet for all facilitated individuals' enjoyment of their rights, including freedom of expression, opinion, and peaceful assembly, is only possible if we have more people accessing and sharing information online. Additionally, in the informational scenario of media and digital communication, citizens and consumers should be given new tools to help them assess the origin and likely veracity of news stories they read online. Since the potential to access and to spread information in this environment is relatively easy, and malicious actors benefit from it to manipulate the public debate. In this sense, critical digital literacy aims to empower users to consume content critically as a prerequisite for online engagement by identifying issues of bias, prejudice, misrepresentation. Critical digital literacy, however, should also be about understanding the position of digital media technologies in society. This goes beyond understanding digital media content to include knowledge of the wider socioeconomic structures within which digital technologies are embedded. So here we have a few questions. How are social media platforms funded? Or, for instance, what is the role of advertisement? To what extent is content free or regulated? Given their importance for the exercise of rights in the digital age, digital media and information literacy programs should be considered an integral part of education efforts. The promotion of digital media and information literacy must form part of a broader commitment by states to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights, and by business entities. Likewise, initiatives to promote journalism are key in facing informational manipulation and distortion, which requires states and private actors to promote the diversity of digital and non-digital media. On the other hand, the role of public officials in the public debate is highlighted. It is recalled that state actors must preserve the balance and conditions of the exercise of the right of access to information and freedom of expression. Therefore, such actors should not use public resources to finance content on sites, applications, or platforms that spread illicit and violent content and should not promote or encourage stigmatization and must observe obligations to promote human rights, which includes promoting the protection of users against online violence. The state has a positive role in creating an enabling environment for freedom of expression and equality while recognizing that this brings potential for abuse. In this sense, in the Americas, we have a recent example in Colombia of a decision by the Constitutional Court that urged political parties to adopt guidelines in their code of ethics to sanction acts or incitement to online violence. In this paradigmatic decision, the court recalled the obligation of the state to educate about the seriousness of online violence and gender online violence, and to implement measures to prevent, investigate, punish, and repel it. And also the court insisted that the political actors, parties, and movements, due to their importance in the democratic regime, are obliged to promote respect and defend human rights as a duty that must be reflected in their actions and in their statutes. Additionally, the court ruled that the state should adopt the necessary measures to establish a training plan for members and affiliates of political parties and movements on gender perspective and online violence against women in response. Considering that unlawful and violent narratives are propelled by state actors on the internet through paid actors should follow specific criteria in the ad market. Any paid contracting for content by state actors or candidates must report through active transparency on the government or political party portals the data regarding the value of the contract, the contracted company and the form of contracting, the content resource distribution mechanisms, the audience segmentation criteria, and the number of exhibition. On the other hand, to make business activity compatible with human rights possible, the Office of the Special Rapporteur reiterates that internet intermediaries are responsible of respecting the human rights of users. In this sense, they should: first, refrain from infringing human rights and address negative consequences on such rights in which they have some participation, which implies taking appropriate measures to prevent, mitigate, and, where appropriate, remedy them. Second, try to prevent or mitigate negative consequences on human rights directly related to operations, products, or services provided by their business relationship, even when they have not contributed to generating them. Third, to adopt a public commitment at the highest level regarding respect for human rights of users, and that is duly reflected in operational policies and procedures. And fourth, carry out due diligence activities that identified and explain the actual and potential impacts of their activities on human rights, which is called also impact assessments, in particular by periodically carrying out analysis of the risk and effects of their operations. In conclusion, to wrap up, the challenges facing the digital public debate require a multidimensional approach, Soft law, as was stated before, education, self-regulation, and legal mechanisms can together create a framework to mitigate harms we face online. Let us strive for a digital space where freedom of expression and the protection of human rights are promoted, fostering a society that values inclusivity, diversity, and respect for all. Thank you, Carlos.
There. Thank you very much, Mr. Pedro Vaca. Thank you for those remarks. And thank you for also starting this conversation addressing the need for a multidimensional approach. This is not necessarily a discussion of regulatory or non-regulatory measures, but apparently of different types of measures at the same time. And we will now listen to the rest of our panelists, beginning, of course, with our second on-site participant here, Mrs. Ana Cristina Ruelas, Senior Program Specialist at the Freedom of Expression and Safety of Journalists section in UNESCO. Please, Ana Cristina, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to share this panel with you, Pedro. Good to see you. As Pedro said, from UNESCO, we have a holistic approach to try to deal and understand with this phenomenon. UNESCO tries to foster public debate through education measures that I will not speak further about because this is not my area of expertise, but there's a lot of work done with teachers, with educators to target potential harmful content and harmful content online. There's a specific work that is being done to develop resilience in different communities, primarily in 4 countries, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Indonesia, Colombia, and Kenya, through the Social Media for Peace project, which is funded by the European Union and aims to create media and information literacy measures, but also to develop a way of understanding how content moderation is happening in these different countries and what are the different issues and context-related matters that allow this harmful content to be spread. There's another action that is being happening that relates to capacity building on different stakeholders, duty barriers such as judges, parliamentarians, regulators, in order to understand that when dealing with potential harmful content, there's an aim to safeguard freedom of expression, access to information, and diverse cultural content. And there's work done also through the culture sector in order to understand the impacts of harmful content in artistic freedoms and cultural expressions, such as indigenous expressions. And the last thing, which I think it is also important, is that we also have another action that is related to policy advice and guiding member states in the process of acknowledging that governance of digital platforms requires, as Pedro mentioned, to safeguard freedom of expression, access to information, and diverse cultural content, while balancing and while addressing the phenomenon of disinformation, hate speech, conspiracy theory, and propaganda. So in this session, I will focus in 2 main and specific projects that UNESCO is being putting forward lately. And I will start with the Social Media for Peace project, which is one of the projects that, as I said, started in 4 different countries and allow us to understand what is happening with content moderation and how is it affecting different communities, and also how a non-regulatory approach can be successful while it's holistic with other different type of solutions. So the first thing that we learn within the Social Media for Peace project is that context matters. This means that when it comes to content moderation, language cannot be just left aside. There's specific languages in different regions that are important to understand in order to address content moderation issues, and this is not happening in many countries, or mainly in the countries that we're working on, that specifically are also countries that are in crisis or that come from crisis. The second thing that it is important that we found is that despite acknowledging the crisis, despite of the lack of knowledge and context and nuances that the platforms should understand, and that the problems that hateful content can create in an offline world, there's a problem of non-considering these countries as a priority and then not providing enough funding for the development of content moderation measures. So companies have specific priorities to those countries that have a global impact or that represent a market share that are important. And in those countries that this is not happening, they are not putting sufficient budget to them, and then this is increasing and creating more problems. The Social Media for Peace project also understood that when dealing with these problems, the most important thing to bear in mind is to have the capacity to dialogue between the different stakeholders, acknowledging that in conflict zones, there are many issues that should be like that in the offline world are happening that have to be considered in the online world. So that's why due diligence from the platforms is very important. Understanding the context, having the possibility to develop risk assessments and identify the specific mitigation measures that they have to put in place in order to reduce the specific risk based on the content, on the context is very, very important. But while doing this work, and I want to say, there was two main approaches. The first one is the fate on the companies to turn their economic interest on how content moderation was doing through the public interest of making people know and reducing the impact of this content that many times it's also harvested through advertising, as is already being mentioned. So that's the first question. Are we keeping the faith on changing or shifting the economic interest to the public interest from the companies? Many people still believe in these countries that this can be one of the approaches to push for companies to increase their budgets in order to do better content moderation and then have a safer space. Then there's other approach, which mainly come from the States that Pedro has already commented, which is try to reduce this phenomenon with bad regulation, with regulation that does not safeguard freedom of expression, that criminalizes the user and does not touches the companies, that considers that the only and solely responsible for harmful content is specifically the user. And that is another approach. And then UNESCO, after the work that is being done through the Social Media for Peace, started saying, okay, as we are not acknowledging that these are the two different approaches, what we need also is to start a debate that allow us to understand if it's possible to balance freedom of expression, access to information, and the access to diverse cultural content with while dealing with potential harmful content such as disinformation, hate speech, and conspiracy theories. And while doing this debate, UNESCO started a consultation that led to more than 10,000 comments that came from the engagement of people from around 134 countries. And what we learned is that when governance systems are transparent, have check and balances put in place, they align content moderation and creation to the UN guiding principles of human rights, when they are accessible and inclusive to the diverse expertise, and when they actually bear in mind the promotion of cultural content, then it can be a game changer. So that's why UNESCO started developing these guidelines for the governance of digital platforms that on the one hand recognize the state's responsibilities on enabling a freedom of expression environment that, such as Pedro has mentioned, had a specific requirements for the governments to commit not only to freedom of expression online, but also to all of their duties in respecting and promoting freedom of expression offline. And the second thing is that UNESCO acknowledged that creating a governance system requires the acknowledgement that any regulatory measures that has to be coherent and comprehensive with the different kinds of regulatory arrangements should be through a multi-stakeholder approach. This means that there's no only regulatory, statutory regulation that depends on state and companies, but there should be a participation, an active participation of other stakeholders in the whole of the regulatory process, meaning the development of the regulation, the implementation, and the evaluation of the regulation. Then the third thing that the guidelines state is that companies have to comply with 5 key principles. One, due diligence, which specifically state that companies have to develop different human rights risk assessments when they are developing new operations, when they are enhancing new operations, create new ownerships, develop new products. They have to do it prior an electoral cycle. This is very important considering, for instance, that 2024 is a super electoral year and at least 3/4 parts of the population that is able to vote will come to vote on 2024. The third is that companies should develop a human rights assessment when it comes to crisis, emergencies, and armed conflicts. And the fourth is that they have to understand the different risks that the companies or the content that poses within the companies pose to specific communities, such as journalists, such as environmental defenders, such as artists, or other vulnerable and marginalized communities. The second principle is transparency. I don't have to go through very deep into it. The third is accountability. The fourth is user empowerment, which means that within the governance system, there should be specific programs that are developed for media and information literacy. And the fifth is the alignment of all the actions to the UN guiding principles. So this is a work that so far has been done. We definitely believe, as Pedro said, and we state, that this is an holistic approach and that non-action should be only and one only. Because if they don't come together with many other actions that relate to, yes, education, to yes, creation of communities, yes, policy advice and regulation, then these different phenomena will not be targeted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ana Cristina, for that extremely informative intervention with all of the initiatives that UNESCO is carrying out, including trying to provide guidance for regulation for governments in a manner that has included many rounds of consultations and a broad discussion, as you mentioned, with thousands of comments from the world over, which, of course, as you have been mentioning, also enriches the learning inside organizations like UNESCO itself and how to address many of these issues from the perspective of freedom of expression, access to information, and access to diverse cultural contents, which I think is a key factor in all of this and sometimes not necessarily addressed explicitly. So thank you very much for that. Now, Chantal, can you please tell us about your own view about these subjects?
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I will try not to be repeating too many points that have been made by the first two interveners, which are obviously excellent and all extremely relevant. For example, that we need to look at both at the whole toolbox, right? We need regulatory and non-regulatory approaches. Perhaps just very briefly, I think this discussion is very important because we do agree that many of the proposals that we've seen or legislation that has been adopted recently that was seeking to regulate platforms has indeed, there is indeed a danger that these will do more harm than good, because they talk a lot about holding platforms accountable, but at the same time, very often what they do is not necessarily focus on the business model of the platforms, on the data tracking, on the advertising model, but almost they ask the platforms to exert more control over, in fact, user speech. So the focus goes from the platform's own systems to the speech of users. And it is critical that any regulatory framework that has this strong impact on freedom of expression, that it is seriously grounded in it, that it is evidence-based, and of course grounded in the principle of legality, legitimacy, necessity, and proportionality, as Article 19 of the ICCPR requires. And this is also why working more or less globally, it depends also on the jurisdiction what sort of solutions we think would be appropriate. With many governments, we would not advocate for, although in principle we think sound regulatory frameworks should be in place, with many governments we won't start to advocate for passing legislation that will control platforms, because we do fear, of course, that it will be not a regulatory proposal that will be respectful of freedom of expression, but give the government more options to control online speech. And also Article 19 has long advocated that it is extremely important to take this competition law angle as well, because there are very few dominant players in this field. They are gatekeepers of these markets, and they are also really gatekeepers of our freedom of expression online. And we do strongly believe that decentralization can per se have a positive effect on freedom of expression, more healthy competition, more empowerment for users. For example, if a user thinks, I do not want to be on a certain platform because I do not think that they respect privacy enough, this is important for me, they should be able to leave that platform and still be, for example, connected to the contacts and families that wish to remain on the platform. As has been mentioned, the UN guiding principles can be a very important tool, of course, are an essential tool that we advocate for platforms to take into considerations all over the world, really. So whether we have a good regulation in place, a bad regulation in place, or no regulation in place at all, that should always be the basic benchmark against which they should operate, and a lot has been said about them, so I won't go into detail. Also, in terms of, because we're also talking about risks of the different approaches, we think if we take the approach that enabling responses are also at the center of this discussion, then we think that the risks to freedom of expression are much more limited. And this is also linked to another observation we make. Often we find that the discussions seem to say that the social media platforms are the cause of the problems, and we do not deny that they have exacerbated certain societal tensions and increased polarization. There is no question about it, and there is enough evidence that this is happening. At the same time, we do think that it is essential to look at the root causes, for example, of disinformation, of hate speech, of online gender-based violence. And this may, again, include certain regulation of the platform's business model, but it also needs to look at very different areas outside the specific digital space. So, for example, Article 19 has published now a couple of years ago a toolkit when it comes to hate speech, where we detail really what those different approaches need to look like, where we also, again, need to look at regulatory and non-regulatory responses, such as anti-discrimination legislation. Public officials, as Pedro mentioned, should not themselves engage in stigmatizing discourse or counter such discourse when they encounter it. There needs to be, they need to receive, public officials should receive equality training, independent and diverse media environment. All these aspects are obviously key to ensure that we have, say, offline, so to speak, an environment that is also inclusive, that is not going to translate into then even more extreme speech online. And of course, civic space, a strong civic space, strong civil society initiatives are also a key component of that, and also to follow up on what Anna Cristina said. So Article 19 is a partner of UNESCO when it comes to the Social Media for Peace project, and there have been a number of research reports, as Anna Cristina alluded to, that have really found also the failings of the platforms, again, taking into account sufficiently the contextual elements. It starts from human rights teams that are not in place for many countries. So civil society in many countries, they don't have anyone to call at Meta, for example, if they say there's a video that needs to be taken down, or we see there's an election coming, we see that there's a crisis developing offline and online. There's not really anyone who they might necessarily be able to talk to or who will be responsive. Obviously, a very important additional problematic element is the use of automated content moderation tools as well. Because they exacerbate, while we recognize that obviously content moderation cannot happen only through human reviewers, it's also true that many of these tools, they are not sophisticated enough and might never be to really make a proper assessment of some very complex categories of speech. Even for a court, it can be very complex to make a judgment on, was there really hate speech? Was there the intention to incite hatred? Was there disinformation? Was there an intent to publish false information and disseminate it? Was there an intent to cause harm? So obviously doing this moderation at scale can present very serious challenges, and we always call for more human reviewers that are native in the languages that they moderate. More local civil society organizations need to have direct access, meaningful access to the platforms, because we also know that there have been these trusted partner programs which have not always been very satisfactory, to say it mildly. And civil society has often found that it's a bit of a waste of time and a waste of their resources, and the impact is limited. Perhaps because I know we're far advanced in time, I want to make a final reflection. I think an interesting trend we are seeing now is also which is a non-regulatory trend, but also based on regulation, is the strategic litigation that we see increasingly brought against online platforms. So very prominent examples have recently been the US Supreme Court cases where families of victims of terrorist attacks in Turkey and in France have filed suits against Twitter and Google, for example, saying that their systems have failed in a way where they have enabled terrorist content to spread online and have also sort of aided and abetted these terrorist organizations. We've also had other litigations happening in Kenya over the violent content that was spread in Ethiopia, that was moderated from Kenya, and also over the failings in Myanmar. Strategic litigation has been brought. That in itself, from our perspective, has some challenges, because from a freedom of expression perspective, organizations have always said it is essential that platforms do remain largely immune from liability for the content that they host. But at the same time, of course, there needs to be platform accountability, and there needs to be remedies if they infringe on the human rights of the actors in the respective countries, or affected communities in the respective countries. So here as well, it will depend on how this litigation is brought. We do not want to see courts saying, after all, you need to be held liable for hosting terrorist content because it has led to a terrorist attack. At the same time, it can be very interesting if we start seeing more litigation that focuses on remedies for failures to conduct these human rights impact assessments, to take human rights due diligence measures, and to do the mitigation measures properly. So I do think that is a trend that we see that has a lot of publicity. So there's a lot of bad reputational aspects linked for the platforms, and that could be also a good pressure tool for them to essentially get their act together as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chantal, also for offering so many different pathways towards what we expect to see, but they're so difficult to achieve, which is accountability from the platforms that speaks to the role that they have in exacerbating social problems, even though they might not be creating them according to some discussion and some views. So now, Ramiro, your turn. So tell us, like, what policies, institutional, legal frameworks have been implemented or can be implemented beyond just the regulatory ones to address the problems that we have with online speech?
Thank you very much. Should I introduce myself? No. Yeah. I'm Ramiro Álvarez Ugarte. I'm the Deputy Director of CELE, a research center based in Buenos Aires. I don't want to be too repetitive of things that have already been said. So let me just offer you, I think, a diagnosis that we have at CELE in terms of where we are, and also to highlight a few tensions that I think underlie our discussion and have not yet been resolved. It seems like we're in an interregnum. The old doesn't die yet, and the new is not born yet. So we are at that moment in which we are sort of in between the old and the new. And that's always interesting times to be, and it's also challenging. I think we are clearly moving towards a regulatory moment. So in a way, the question that has been posed in this panel, I think it's more or less in tension with the trend of where the world is going. I agree with everything you just said, and I agree that regulatory and non-regulatory measures are important and they should take place at the same time. But I think we are moving towards a regulatory moment. Of course, the DSA in Europe is obviously what will most likely be a model that will expand across the globe. We have already seen copycat legislation, not legislation, but bills presented in congresses in Latin America. They hasn't been adopted yet. But legislators in other countries look at the DSA and they copy language and they copy some of their provisions, and that is a process in and of itself full of challenges. We have also seen calls to revisit Section 230 in the United States. Because of Congress and its gridlock, it's difficult to imagine that a comprehensive review of Section 230 will happen anytime soon. But we have seen state-level legislation that has been passed, imposing on platforms obligations. And we have already seen strategic litigation against companies, but not in the direction that you mentioned, in the opposite direction. Like, for instance, the job owning cases, in which they basically say that the kind of relationship that the federal government has established with companies in the US violates the First Amendment. So, in a way, litigation cuts both ways. So it could be a litigation that questions companies for failing to stand up to their human rights standards, but it could be also litigation against companies for violating the First Amendment in the case of the United States. So I think that's where we're going. It will be interesting to see how we get there. Now, in terms of alternatives, of course, the Inter-American Commission has supported alternatives for a long time. Non-regulatory approaches. I was part of the 2019 process of discussing the guidelines to combat disinformation in the electoral context, and the main outcome of that was just to support non-regulatory measures. So, it's, I'm not going to repeat what you guys just said, but literacy, of course, it's incredibly important. I would like to highlight, though, that literacy initiatives are, in a way, a bet on an old principle, that it was very cherished in the human rights and freedom of expression field, which is that to an extent, it is our responsibility as democratic citizens to figure out what's fake from what's not. So the internet, of course, makes it more difficult to exercise that responsibility. But in a way, I would highlight and underscore that those kinds of initiatives are a bet on that old principle. We haven't yet renounced it. And of course, all kinds of measures to promote counter-speech are obviously very easy. They're not threatening from a human rights point of view, and they're fairly easy to implement, and apparently they're quite successful, especially what I've seen most most successfully deployed is counter speech to combat disinformation in the context of elections in Latin America. But again, calls for regulation has been happening. Observacom in Latin America has been very strongly supporting a kind of regulation that on paper looks very good and looks respectful of human rights standards. The same with the UNESCO guidelines. Of course, the risk that is involved in these initiatives is something that Chantal already mentioned. The risk that even good legislation on paper could do more harm than good. And I think this has to do with, in many countries, sort of a lack of an institutional infrastructure necessary to adopt these kinds of regulations. That obviously is a concern for activists, but as I said before, I think we're moving in that direction. And we'll have to deal with that as the time comes. But I'm pretty sure that in the next couple of years, we will see legislation being passed outside of the European Union, and we will have challenges in that sense. Now, I would like to highlight a couple of underlying tensions in order to close my remarks. So, for instance, we have been discussing the importance of decentralization. I also would agree with Chantal about the importance of antitrust legislation, which for practical reasons, of course, will happen where corporations are incorporated or in places where they have important marketplace presence and where they have the kind of institutional infrastructure necessary to move forward with this process. There is ongoing litigation in the United States against Google. There is at the same time investigations in the European Union. It is hard to imagine that, for instance, a Latin American country could move in that direction, but I think that's important. Now, it seems to me that this is in tension with the, I would say, framing of the DSA, or the framing of the regulations that are being proposed. Because to an extent, those kinds of regulations depend on a few powerful intermediaries. So if we would, let's say, break them all apart and have an internet that is extremely decentralized as it was in the towards the end of the 1990s and beginning of the 2000s, I don't know how that would be compatible with increasing control, even in a way that is respectful of human rights. It's just if we have a really, truly decentralized web in which people get to choose, a lot of people will choose hateful content. A lot of people will choose and engage in discriminatory content. And if it is truly decentralized, there will be no way of controlling that. So I think that's an underlying tension that, to an extent, speaks about, I think, a really deep and profound disagreement in the field of human rights in terms of what kind of future are we imagining as desirable. And I mean, this is something that I think it's there, that it's underlying. And I think we don't discuss it as openly as we should. You know, are we willing to support freedom of expression in the form that we have affirmed it through the 20th century, where we informally relied on gatekeepers to sort of keep a check on that? Are we embracing the decentralized promise of the internet of late 1990s? And that means a lot of speech that it's really problematic. I don't know if it's harmful. I think there is still a lot to figure out in terms of evidence. A lot of speech that it's called harmful, we just don't have enough evidence to support that it is actually that harmful. But I think that underlying tension is there. And that we should keep it in mind and that we should discuss it more openly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramiro, for your sobering remarks and also for highlighting what's one of the trends that we see towards regulation, even though we can discuss other forms of addressing some of these challenges. So I want to first check whether we have hands in the room that would like to pose any questions. So otherwise, we would start to be closing this panel since time is about to run out. But before we do that, I would like to pose the question myself. So if I see no hands, it would be to the panel itself, beginning with Pedro. I don't know if you are there. But it will be a rapid round of one challenge and one opportunity we have, if there is a future in which we will see regulation that will come, one challenge and one opportunity that we may find in non-regulatory approaches that can be taken today, as soon as possible, among non-governmental actors in order to provide for the internet that we all want and for the platform responsibility with human rights that we would expect. We will go in the same sense that this panel began, with up to 2 minutes. Please, Pedro, you go first.
Thank you, Juan Carlos, and let me just thank the whole panel for this amazing conversation, a lot of questions. But I mean, the challenge, I think that a challenge that we have faced is the lack of capacity in a lot of member states. I mean, we cover the Americas, we monitor 35 countries, and at this moment, October 2023, we do not have enough capacities, even knowledge, among member states to be part of the conversation. So I think we have to develop contact points at the foreign affairs ministers in as much countries as possible, because we only have powerful countries with the capacity to, then we do not have enough representation from deal with the challenges. And then the opportunity, I think, and that's why I highlighted the Constitutional Court of Colombia. I think the opportunities we can put all our efforts in the user and the consequences for the user, or we can also prioritize the role of public servants and political leaders. I mean, if you have xenophobia or racism in a society, you have a problem. But if you have political leaders that incentivize xenophobia and discrimination, you have a bigger problem. And that's why I think that if we consider public servants as points of reference of society, probably they should, and democracies should and could frame in a better way what is allowed and what is not allowed at that level of representation. I mean, the frame of freedom of expression of people that wants to become or wants to govern, or want to participate in the political sphere is limited if you compare it with ordinary citizens. And in that specific opportunity, we have a lot of inter-American and international standards. So it's something that is not even soft law. You have ruling at the Inter-American Court to support that.
Thank you, Pedro. I'll ask also to the rest of the panelists. First, Ana Cristina, please, one challenge, one opportunity.
That the discussions focus a lot on how legislation will look like, and not how the second stage of the process would feel. So I've been saying this in the different panels that I have participated in the IGF, is like many regulators have said, you know, once legislation is passed, no one cares about it and they leave us alone. And as Ramiro mentioned, there's many regulatory authorities that do not know how to deal with this issue and that are not used to talk with civil society. So we need to break that tension and to be able to create a conversation among them. So that will be another an opportunity. And an opportunity also is that since companies are based in the same country, what we see is that countries, stakeholders in different countries, in different regions, for instance, in Africa and the African Union, are coming together because they say, okay, companies don't care about one of our countries per se. You know, they don't have a specific interest in X country, but what they do care is of us together. So they are getting together with civil society, with electoral management bodies, with the African Union. They are coming together with the different stakeholders to go before the companies and say, this is what we need and this is how we want it. That said, that creates a great opportunity because between 40 countries, you have countries that actually believe that a human rights-based approach is the way to go through, and there are other countries that do not believe so. But there's a balancing process, and that it's, for me, a great opportunity.
Thank you very much. Chantal?
Thank you. I think in terms of challenges, I will mention this is a challenge, generally speaking. I mean, society tends to move slow, regulators tends to move slowly, technology doesn't. And we're seeing this trend now again where they are trying to catch up. There are a lot of initiatives. There are a lot in the European Union itself, for example. There's the AI Act, the Digital Markets Act, the Digital Service Act, the Political Advertising Regulation. And it is a challenge also for civil society active in this field already to be able to catch up with everything and cover everything. And not to mention also there are a lot of civil society actors that are very much impacted by what's happening in the digital space, but are not necessarily experts in it. They're not experts in content moderation. They're experts in, for example, women's rights. And those are quite technical subjects, so it requires a lot of expertise. So I think this is one of the main challenges, the expertise that it requires and the capacity that it requires. I think the opportunities, we do feel that there is more recognition from, say, some of the platforms, some of the regulators, that many of the issues they are dealing with, civil society are experts in it as well. They seek more, there are more consultation processes. To what extent the opinions of civil society are taken into account is another point. But we do feel there is more, again, appetite from platforms and regulators to have us engaged. But at the same time, we don't want this in a way where they just outsource their own responsibility and say, we don't need to deal with the human rights aspect, civil society do the work for us.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Chantal. Ramiro, you have the last word.
Very quickly. I would say the following. I think one of the biggest challenge is that to move forward in regulation or non-regulatory measures, we have to do it generally in a context of deep polarization, and that it's always very difficult. But at the same time, I think that context offers an opportunity, because I think that in most democracies around the world, there is a need to rebuild the public sphere and civic discourse. There is a need to start talking to each other in a way that is respectful. And even though that is difficult precisely because of polarization, that need, that underlying need is still an opportunity, and we should take advantage of it.
Thank you very much. And with that, our time is up. Thank you very much to my fantastic panelists and everyone who has attended this session, and have a nice rest of your IGF. Take care, everyone.
No sé que me gusta el tamaño.
check, ha ha ha. Hey, check, ha ha, ha ha, check.
Ich lasse meine Tasche aber hier stehen. Mhm. Ja, weißt du was? Ich glaube, ich nehme lieber mein iPad. Habe ich nicht so viel vor der Nase. Wenn sich das denn synchronisiert. Hi. Yeah, how are you doing? Good, good. And you? Ich bin schon auf der Kamera, okay. Wann sind von 1 bis 2:30 Uhr, gell? Hi, morgen Johannes. So. Nö, nö, ich
No, no,
bin
she's here.
jetzt nicht.
Okay, oh,
Ja.
okay. I just Nana and Torina asking them if they can.
Okay.
Good morning, Joella. Good morning, Nana. Could you try to switch on your cameras and unmute? Or give us a sign if that's not possible. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Good morning.
Morning, Nana.
We
Good
see
morning,
Nana
Joella.
and
Hi.
Joella. Good morning. Great to have you with us. We will give you a sign. We will start in a few minutes. We're just waiting for the rest of the speakers.
Sure.
Yeah. Ah, yeah. Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure. I've heard a lot about you.
I've heard a lot about you too. Very grateful that you came. I'm going to give you one of the microphones. Okay.
That's good. That's good.
She says I sit here. Okay. Then you can use this one. Can I sit here? Yeah, or whatever you need. Yeah. Whatever kind of microphone you prefer. And then Willa texted me that she will take over the moderation for the Q&A. Yes. And we wanted to make sure that she's in a good position, so she's raising the questions to the panelists. But whenever she has connection issues, the questions to you too. And if you have any issues, we can even yeah, no, that's good. It's good to run a full session of panel. If there's anything I can do, I have the questions on my laptop. If you need them, just look at me. I'll bring them. But you have the questions.
So, where are you based?
Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C.
Yes,
Okay.
but, I spent so much time in Nairobi and Addis Ababa.
Okay. I used to live there some years ago.
In Kenya?
No, in DC.
Where?
Yeah, I lived at 17th and U Street. Yeah. Also das hier teilen, ja, kein Problem. Yeah, I used to live in DC and I studied there for my master's a long time ago. No, science, Johns Hopkins.
Oh, okay, wow. Oh yeah, I've just moved there actually. I've only been there for 2 days.
Okay. Well, that's rather short.
Yes.
Yeah, so you still have lots to discover.
And then came right here.
yeah. Okay, good.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Just checking with the colleagues in the room. Are we ready to start? Okay, we're just waiting for one more panelist then.
Hi, good morning. We will wait 2 more minutes and then we start, if that's okay for everyone. Toila, I think we can start. They're gonna join us in a while.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you very much, Fabiola. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, depending on where you're joining from. This is the IGF 2023 Open Forum, appropriately titled Whose Internet Towards a Feminist Digital Future for Africa. My name is Toela Nyirandajere. I work with the African Union Development Agency in Johannesburg, South Africa, and I lead the Economic Integration Division team. And it is my singular honor and pleasure really to host this session, to moderate and to actually co-moderate with my colleague Alice, who is sitting in the room. And really happy to have both the panelists that are physically present in Kyoto, but also those that are joining online for this particular session. So just to give a bit of context in terms of the discussion that we will have today, I think there's been a number of exciting developments from the African Union side in terms of the digital transformation strategy, which the Commission has been working on in terms of unpacking that into a number of different policy frameworks and strategies for implementation, including very deliberate strategies related to data policies and data governance, looking at issues of digital ID, looking at issues of the transformative aspects of digitalization as it applies to different sectors across the continent, whether it's in agriculture, health, or education, and really trying to see how to appropriately position ICTs and digitalization at the center of Africa's economic transformation. I think attendant with that, of course, will always be the discussions around gender inclusiveness and how we really ensure that all these different framework strategies adequately take cognizance of the important aspect of gender and particularly the issues around inclusiveness when it comes to making sure that these policies and frameworks respond to the needs of women, that they actually are inclusive in terms of adequately positioning women, not only in the definition of the strategies, but also in their implementation and in the benefits thereof. So this discussion really is meant to give us an opportunity to delve into some of those issues. I've got a very stellar panel in front of me that will be really looking at this issue and trying to unpack for us from their experiences, what have they experienced in terms of gender inclusiveness, what have they done in terms of the work that they do in terms of promoting gender inclusiveness, but also maybe the challenges that they have faced. We'll look at some of the barriers that perhaps we need to address as we look at the gender transformative nature of digitalization. And then we will also look at some of the opportunities. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to be able to have recommendations for ourselves as women, recommendations for our policymakers, recommendations for our partners, and really recommendations that will ensure that for African women, indeed, the future is digital, and it's a digital future that takes cognizance of their role, both on the supply side and on the demand side, and in terms of also on the benefits as well. So maybe just to introduce my panel very briefly, and I'm sure as they also make their interventions, they will also perhaps supplement my very brief introduction with some additional information about the work that they have done. So in no particular order, we have Alice Munoz, who is the Senior Director for Africa, working on a project called Mradi at Mozilla. And she has decades of experience working with multiple stakeholders on the continent with different issues, including being the founder and convener of KitKanet. And I'm sure she will tell us a little bit more about that in terms of her experiences with establishing that particular organization. We have Bonita Nyamwire, who is joining us online, co-director for research at Policy Uganda, which is a think tank that works at the intersection of data, technology, and design to improve government service delivery. We have Dr. Nena Ifeanyi Ajufo, board member of the Network of African Women in Cybersecurity and a professor of technology law. We have Ghana Ayman, a Pan-African Youth Ambassador for the Internet Governance Forum and a student studying at Cairo University. We have Liz Orembo, who is a research fellow at Research ICT Africa based in Kenya. And she basically has worked also in other capacities carrying out national cybersecurity assessments. And last but not least, we are joined by the only male on the panel, so who will give us the male perspective, but also perhaps the partner perspective on this. Tobias Thiel is the director of the GIZ AU office in Addis Ababa, and we are really pleased that he is able to join us for this session. So with that, let's get into it. We will, of course, have a few rounds of questions and specifically to the different panelists, but we're also very much welcoming our online participants to also, I think, make use of the chat functions in terms of your Q&As, and then also in terms of the people that are in the room. Also, please hold your questions so that we can take them when we do the Q&A session. Just to also acknowledge the fact that Alice has generously agreed to support and co-moderate this session with me, and she will be helping us with the Q&A part of the session. So Alice, I'm going to start with you and really just looking at the different experiences that are in the room and among the panelists. And how we have all traversed this digital journey. I think you've been working in digital policy making for a long time. You helped establish the Kenya ICT Action Network, KitKanet. You have done a lot of consulting, including for the African Union, and you are now working for Mozilla as a director. So maybe just share with us what has been your experience in terms of paving the way, I think, for so many young African women who have, are on this journey and hoping to follow in your footsteps. Alice.
Okay, thank you very much, Toela, and thank you very much, GIZ, for inviting me to be on this panel and to co-moderate with you, Toela. I've known Tuela for very many years, and you've aged me. You've really made me, yes, I'm actually quite old in this space. Having started when we used to call this communication for development, or even before communication for development, we used to call it social communications. So yes, and yes, my first job was actually beginning to look at what the internet, the impact that the new so-called internet was having on society when I was then working for the Vatican Radio, and we were creating the Vatican II Council. Okay, God, yes, I'm old. And we were the first ones to actually begin to interrogate what this so-called new technology was about and what impact it would have in society generally. So, and yes, I was actually the second or third cohort of women to be allowed to attend the prestigious Pontificia Universitas Gregoriana, the Vatican, and also as a program assistant for the Africa service of the Vatican Radio. So my background in communication is quite very fast. So, and my first laptop was actually those huge things that needed a whole wheelbarrow to to carry when I lived in Rome. So it's quite a long journey. And by then we were looking at radio, and then from then the internet, and then I was involved with the World Summit on the Information Society. And they're really acknowledging that there was a huge gender gap in that women were not involved in the discussions, the discourse, and even the building of this new technology, the internet. So that's how far I come, and I would find myself in these spaces as the only woman, and for those who know how that can be. I think I am going to use the word violent. It can be really a violent space to be the only woman and the only black woman in these spaces. But then we did it. And also then coming home to Kenya, where the Kenyan government had declared the internet illegal, and having to fight that whole process. Our government actually did not want the internet introduced in our country because there was this perception that it was taken away from the Kenya Posts and telecommunication, what we used to call Telecom Kenya. Lonely journey in that nobody understood this technology. The government policymakers did not understand this technology, did not understand how how it could contribute or what value it was bringing to its own national development framework, or the way they thought about the development framework. So it's through that and through joining together with, I actually started working, my first job was with the Association for Progressive Communications with Henriette here, running as their program officer for communications, running a huge project called Catalyzing Access to ICTs in Africa that was funded by the UK government, the DFID. And it's from there that I then created the Kenya ICT Action Network, simply because the reason why I created the Kenya ICT Action Network was because a lot of people, on one end you had government that did not understand the internet. Then you have the private sector that understood the potential of the internet. And there was the civil society that also understood the potential for the internet in democratizing communication. And we were all fighting each other. Pulling each other. And so I took on the responsibility to try and bring us together. And those who are Kenyans know that around this period, till today, and it's not just Kenya, actually, it's globally, when you're fighting for any right, it's very easy to be branded, terrible names. There's an African saying that when a hyena wants to eat its cubs, it first accuses them of smelling of goats. And so we were accused of being activists. And because once you're called an activist in Kenya, I don't know about other countries, it means that policymakers are not going to listen to you. Neither is the private sector. Actually, neither is the media, unless they're really courageous to put down and to expose what we are trying to advocate for. So luckily for us, there was a huge policy window. A new government came in, the Kibaki government in 2000, and there was a policy window. And at that point, the Ministry of Information Communication was created. And two of my really good friends, Honorable Tuju and Honorable Rege, were then appointed, Tuju as the minister and Honorable Rege as the permanent secretary. And but then they made the mistake of disbanding the Communications Commission, the regulatory body, the board, and by then had left the APC and was fully committed to just convening and ensuring that Kictanet was running. And fighting to have an ICT policy framework that would allow, especially the private sector and civil society, to then do work in the country. And guess what? Kibaki then appointed me to be a commissioner on the regulatory authority, and I served for 6 years there. And serving with the various ministers, it was the first was second and third. We managed to bring in the fiber optic cable, managed to create competition, signed, I'm the one who was the chair of the technical committee of the Communications Commission of Kenya then. It used to be called the CCK, now it's called the Communication Authority, including signing the papers for the famous mobile money, M-Pesa. Mobile money is the most famous mobile payment platform actually in the world. And even Kictanet is actually the only network of that nature, although currently it's completely different. Government no longer actively contributes. It's become a think tank, which is brilliant because we had not anticipated, and Riet will actually affirm to this. We continue to do a lot of monitoring and evaluation, and we're very clear that we didn't expect Kictanet to survive beyond the creation of the ICT policy. That it has survived beyond that is a huge legacy, and I'm very, very proud of what it is. But it was actually quite difficult doing that as a woman. It was lonely. I was the only woman, but I was very, very fortunate to be supported by a very strong team of men and allies. So the former Minister of Information Communication, the immediate former Minister, Joseph Musheru, created the network with me. And it is what it is now. And as a woman, and I knew how difficult it is, especially for young women, to get into this kind of leadership position. So I only stayed long enough to be able to pave the way and hand it over to the current convener, Grace Githaiga. And I remember making her promise me that she will not continue becoming a convener for more than 5 years, so she can hand over to the next women. So we can have even more women in this space. So I moved from there and worked with the African Union for about 3 years. That was, I think, the most difficult period of my life because I became the punching bag. I was an easy target. I became the punching bag for our top-level domain, .Africa. We were fighting for our top-level domain, .Africa, from an American that wanted it. So an American wanting a domain name that belongs to an entire continent. How I became a punching bag was because I was the only woman among a team of men that was fighting for that. We eventually had the domain name delegated to the African Union, and with the back-end manager, the ZACR, and I'm really proud of that. moved from then, and I am now leading and worked for Mozilla for about 2 years as the policy lead for Africa, and I'm now leading a program that's looking at having Mozilla's presence in the global majority, so in Africa, South America, and Asia. Because Mozilla is an American company that hasn't actually made such a huge effort to be global. So my role is actually to create a blueprint for Mozilla to show up globally and to show up globally differently, because Mozilla is not big tech. Mozilla is a mission-based company, although I work for the corporation, not for the foundation. But we are a very different kind of corporation. We believe in an internet that is truly healthy, joyful, and puts people, especially women, back in control of their online lives. I'll leave it at that for any questions. Back to you, Toela. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice. And I think maybe the themes of persistence, resilience, and also being able to pave the way and hand over and pass the baton to other women, I think are coming through in terms of your story. So I'm going to turn to you, Bonita, and I know that you do quite a lot of research in terms of looking at issues around women's participation in the internet. You have co-authored a very interesting report about alternate realities and alternate internets, and how African feminist research can actually guide a feminist internet. And I'm curious to know a little bit more about this research and really what were the most interesting insights that you were able to uncover, Bonita.
If you can see me and hear me, please let me know. Thank you. My name is Bonita. As already introduced, I work for Policy as a co-director in research. And the research that Toela is talking about, we conducted as Policy in 2019-2020. That was in 5 African countries: Uganda, Kenya, South Africa, Senegal, and Ethiopia. And in this research, we looked at experiences of women who use the internet. So general women who use the internet, and we wanted to understand their experiences, gain an insight into their experiences while using online spaces, while using the internet. And we got a very interesting, what we can say interesting findings, but also very sad findings on the side of women. And some of the key findings that we got were that all women are generally affected by online harassment, in online spaces, on different platforms. And it is not that only women are affected, even men are also affected by online harassment or online gender-based violence, but women are significantly affected. They are more affected compared to men. And we also discovered that it was different categories of women that are affected by this online harassment in these digital spaces. There were categories that was more affected than the others. And we looked at we saw women who are in positions of leadership. Like Alice was saying, she was, a punching bag. Very, very true. I relate with her experience physically, but also online when it comes to women who are in leadership positions, both political leadership and other leadership positions. They are very, very significantly affected by online harassment. Then women human rights defenders, again, goes back to Alice's job at one point as a woman human rights defender. They are also significantly affected by online harassment because of the work they do. They are trying to, to create safer spaces for other women and girls. So they really become punching bags in online spaces, but also in offline spaces, like Alice really said. Then women in the media. women journalists, bloggers, influencers, because of the work they do. They are in the face, of the TV, of online platforms every time, sharing news, raising awareness on different issues. So they also significantly face or experience online harassment. So those were the key categories of women that we found that are significantly affected by online harassment. Then the other key finding from our research was that issues of online presence for African women are not as well attended to if you compare to other forms of violence, and this is about online gender-based violence. So we found that other forms of harassment or violence or gender-based violence, they are well attended to, they are articulated, they are policies which are very straightforward. But if you look at online harassment, online gender-based violence, it is not as well as explored if you compare with, for instance, domestic violence, with intimate partner violence, with female genital mutilation. I will give an example. For instance, if you come to Uganda to any police station looking for registered or recorded cases of online gender-based violence, you will hardly find any, but you'll find cases of domestic violence have been recorded, cases of intimate partner violence have been recorded. FGM is very recorded in areas where it was in Uganda or is still even up to today. So you find that these issues of online gender-based violence among women, they are not as recorded as if you compare with other cases of forms of violence against women. So which is a very, very big gap. They actually tend to be pushed away, and they are told that, oh, this is a small thing that you can deal with. You can handle that. It's very simple. Or you are the one who caused it. Go and handle it, and it is because of the work they do. It is because of their presence on online spaces, in digital spaces, that they encountered these experiences. So that was the other key issue that we found out. Then the other one was that what we see offline actually is reproduced online. The discriminatory gendered practices shaped by social, economic, cultural, and political structures that we see offline, they are really now reproduced online. Whatever women are encountering in offline spaces, they are now seeing the same thing happening to them in online spaces, on social media platforms, and so on and so forth. The other key finding was that the policies that exist for countering online gender-based violence among women, they are not very explicit about this kind of violence. They are very silent. They talk about cybersecurity, they talk about discrimination, in online spaces. There shouldn't be discrimination, there should be equality online. The internet is a human right, even for women, but they are not very explicit. They don't really come out to say online harassment. They don't really and against women, because we have other policies, like domestic violence, intimate partner violence, saying, oh, A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z about women, about girls, about children. So that is not yet happening in the context of online gender-based violence. So most of the policies, even the normative frameworks, they talk about, gender equality, but they do not really come out about this form of violence. So those are some of the key findings that we established from our research, and I will leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonita, and really thank you, I think, for highlighting, I think, the fact that perhaps there's a lot of asymmetry in terms of the information that is being captured about women's experiences online, especially when it pertains to the harm that is caused by online spaces, and how that perhaps can then impact on the women's ability to engage effectively with online spaces. I think it's also important, maybe as we continue having this discussion, to always be mindful that in our context, I think women span a very broad socioeconomic base. So you have women in the rural areas, you have women in the urban, peri-urban, and all of these women are having different experiences of the same issues. And the question is, how does one then also begin to address that as well? I'm going to turn to you now, Nena, and I know that you are a prolific academic and researcher. You teach on law and technology in the UK, but you're also very connected to the policy spaces, not only globally, but on the continent as well. And you have a leading role in the AU Cyber Security Experts group. So I'm curious to hear from you, what have your experiences been as a woman working in this field, but working, I think, in two different contexts. One in the UK, one in the here on the continent, and really trying to navigate that space in terms of the intersection of law and technology, but also your journey as a woman in that space. Nena.
Thank you so much, Tawela. And I must say thank you to Alda Nepad for this very important conversation, this panel, and of course to GIZ as well. In terms of personal experience, I would say that a huge motivation for me has been women's rights. 17, 18 years ago, which is also interesting to see the dimensions, the differing dimensions of our conversation in terms of women and the discussion. I was researching into criminal human rights abuses, international criminal crimes in Anglophone Africa then about 18 years ago. And it struck me one day how women's voices could be amplified in terms of being witnesses or being victims. And interestingly, years later, the International Criminal Court is now accepting digital evidence. And for me at that time, it was, how do I work in an area where digital evidence, human rights, cyber rights would be relevant? And I think as we have these conversations, there are three key issues that needs to be underscored. The first one is, human rights and technology for women, which Bonita has talked a lot about, digital rights. There are also questions of cybersecurity and women, which Bonita has also highlighted. And also bridging the digital divide is key in Africa, because sometimes when I think about bridging the digital divide in Africa, there are still levels to it. Africa remains the least digitalized region in the world, but not just bridging the gender digital divide as we talk about, but also enhancing inclusion and ownership in the digital space for women. These conversations need to be had in this sort of, when we promote these discourses. Now, in terms of my experience and, aligning to promoting women and enhancing women participation and rights for women, I'll first of all start by saying that in the policy space, I'll come to the research and academic perspective. In the policy space, there is very little focused and targeted policy implementation and even policy development for women in Africa. What we have seen is sort of a charity approach to these conversations. Sometimes I usually say it's easy to come for election campaigns and hear men talk about what they would do for women. And of course, that is also reflected in the digital space. So it's easy for new policymakers to talk about what they want to do for women, but in reality, these policies are not clearly, conceptually clear, and there is no plan to implement these policies. The other issue is the lack of a harmonized approach to these issues. Now, one of the things we pointed out is being in the UK, you would see a more harmonized approach to these issues. It is clear that this is what the policy is all about, this is what the target, this is what the outcome, this is what the goal is. In Africa, there is no harmonized approach, whether from the African Union regional level, the sub-regional level, and even at the national level. So even at the national level, you have this sort of fragmented approach to the issues of women in the digital space, whether it's for inclusion, whether it's for participation, digital empowerment, cybersecurity issues, or questions of digital rights. What you then have is a more individualistic approach in terms of capacity building, in terms of access. You have individuals who want to help. You have civil society organizations like Bonita's organizations. But then when you then talk of having it harmonized and measuring the implementation is usually a challenge. The other issue for me is Africa's digital transformation strategy. I mean, we've done well by pushing out a digital transformation strategy for the next 10 years. But I usually ask, where is the accountability in terms of the digital transformation strategy? Are we clear on what we want to achieve with the digital transformation strategy? What is the short-term implementation? What is the long-term implementation? It has been there for 3 to 4 years now. Where are the gains? We don't see any document anywhere telling us this is what has been achieved, who has achieved what, and where we are going with the strategy. And I think we have to be practical with these conversations. It is very silent when you talk of women. And so there is even a lack of prioritization of these issues. And I think that is where we also need to start having the conversation. Are we prioritizing issues of gender? And when we talk of gender in Africa, we usually think, oh, it's all about empowering women. You know, it's just about women, but it's a whole triangle of even empowering children, girls, the girl child, children, and even the family as a whole. And if you look at Africa's Charter on Human Rights, Africa is one continent that actually stipulates culture and family as a key issue. And I think it's something that should be reflected in other aspects. Now, I also want to talk about research. I think in 2017, I was privileged to do a human rights publication on human rights and technology for African women. And sometimes I go back to look for research in relation to women in Africa. There is none. Interestingly, I'm working with Bonita on an edited project on cyber rights. And it's been a struggle getting that book published. She knows about this. And it just gets me to reflect on the challenges you have with research. First of all, the challenge of having African researchers in the field. We can't do anything without data. We can't do anything without research. And I think one thing I've noticed in terms of my experience is a huge challenge in that aspect. We can't have these conversations if we've not mapped the realities. And I know ICT Africa, Lizzie is here, they've been trying to do so much work as well. So we can't have these conversations if we've not mapped the reality. It becomes more hypothetical than it is real, saying, you know, oh, Africa in terms of culture, gender issues. But then in reality, if we can't map the reality, then we can't actually answer or have a valid conversation about these issues. And as we go on, I can talk more about other experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nena. As I will not attempt to summarize all of that, but I will say that what has stood out for me is the fact that, number one, we don't want charity. We don't want tokenism. I think women want to be adequately included in all aspects of whether it's policy making, policy implementation, research, and just making sure that our voices are heard. And I think that to the point around really the research and the data and the evidence, I think there is also, I think, a space perhaps for having a conversation about how, as women, we're going to show up in terms of leading and driving some of these processes, including holding our institutions to account when they develop strategies and when these strategies now need to be implemented. So Tobias, I'm going to now turn to you. I think you have heard from 3 very powerful women. One more is still to come. But I'm curious to know from you now, in the role that you have, working at GIZ, working with the African Union, and really managing that cooperation between the GIZ on behalf of, the German government and the African Union. Based on your experience, how do you see Germany's development cooperation adequately supporting Africa's digital transformation? And what role do you see gender inclusiveness playing in the digital sector, Tobias?
Okay, I'll try this one. Yeah. Thank you so much, Tuwela, and good afternoon to everyone, and good morning to those who are joining us online from the African continent. It's a real pleasure to be here at the IGF, and I would just like to seize the opportunity to thank our hosts, the government and people of Japan, for doing an absolutely wonderful job at the hospitality here in Kyoto. Since I identify as a feminist and an ally in the cause of women's empowerment, it's of course a particular honor to be on a panel that is basically, except for myself, only staffed with powerful and inspiring women. And I believe that this actually sends also an important signal, because I think we all know that there is a tendency in international conferences for panels to be rather male-dominated. The theme of this session is actually a very important one for the German Development Corporation. I mean, a feminist approach to Africa's digital transformation. It both resonates with the German Development Corporation as a whole in terms of general policy, but also especially with the work that my colleagues and I are doing in the context of our work with the African Union. So, as you might know, the German government has made gender equality a key priority, and that includes also having a foreign and development policy that takes gender equality as a particular priority. So the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, the BMZ, recently introduced a new strategic approach, which it calls the Feminist Development Policy. And at the core of that policy or strategy lie the 3 R's. There's a focus on rights, resources, and representation as sort of 3 important dimensions that we need to consider when promoting the cause of women's empowerment. So in that spirit, Germany has set itself the goal of dedicating directly 90% of the resources of the German Development Corporation portfolio globally to contribute to gender equality by 2025. And this feminist agenda is, of course, also a close guiding principle for our cooperation with the African Union, including AUDA-NEPAD, where Tuwela works. And together in that context, we aim to eliminate discriminatory structures for women and girls and other marginalized groups in the field of digitalization and data governance. And in this context, we try to ensure particularly that female voices are systematically considered in all of the activities of the German Development Corporation portfolio, and not only that these voices are included, but also that they're actually heard and find the right resonance. And the reason why we do this is out of the conviction, the fundamental conviction that sustainable development cannot be achieved if we don't address the fundamental flaws and inequalities in power structures. And this includes women particularly, who constitute 50% of the population of this planet, but it of course also includes any other group that experiences any form of discrimination based on any of the criteria or characteristics. So, and in that sense, it's particularly important that gender equality and inclusion become a reality for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tobias, and thank you really for highlighting those 3 R's, the rights, the resource, the representation. I don't know about everybody else, but I definitely have latched on to that 90%. So we will see how we also make sure that we are able to direct resources adequately towards the participation of and inclusiveness of women. But I think it's also perhaps a challenge to the continent as well, in terms of being able to also direct more resources to amplifying the voices of women. My last panelist, I believe Liz is now in the room. Before we go to taking some Q&A and comments from the room and from those online, Liz, I'm just going to invite you to really share with us your experience in terms of the work that you've been doing in internet governance, in multi-stakeholder engagement in Africa, and really perhaps just getting to hear from you your experience of the gaps in terms of where the women's engagement in digital processes is evident, and then also what else you have found in terms of your work, both at RIA as well as at Kictanet. Liz.
Thank you. Thank you, GIZ, for inviting me to this session, which I'm so passionate about. And I'd like to start off by saying my story is not a movie like Alice Munoz and the rest, because she actually opened up ways for us, other women who were coming after her. And actually, my story started out from the global internet governance that she organized in Kenya in 2011. Then I was a student and I was struggling to find out where I would fit into the society as a second-year student taking communications, bachelor education communications. At that time, I was struggling to see whether I would like to be a poet, I would like to be a singer, I would like to be all those things. But then I stumbled upon a notice that said something like, do you want to know how the internet works? And I started volunteering for that organization. But what I didn't know is that I was working on the wrong side of the history. So when Alice says that she was being bullied, I was on the team that was bullying her. I wasn't bullying, but I was on that side until I was invited to the global IGF to market the other side of .Africa. And then I got the story and I was invited to intern at Kenik, where she was a board member. Also very good experience from that leadership. And from there, I got to have a chance to be in the team that actually formed Internet Society Kenya chapter, which was a struggle to form because of a lot of political issues through the 10 years, but it was a success. I'd like to say that during that year, tech was really developing in Kenya, but it was so much of an elitist thing and a men's thing. So being in that field as a woman, it was intimidating, and I would agree it's also violent because you raise your hand, no one is interested to get what you're saying, and even when you manage to say something, no one acknowledges it. And it's those tiny things that actually discourage you from continuing being in the space. At that time, as a woman and as a youth, the spaces to participate in internet governance was very, very little. And it was a struggle to stay in the space because one, you need to sustain yourself in the space, you need to travel, you need to contribute as a volunteer. It meant that at that time you're struggling between finding a job that actually pays you and actually doing some of these passionate things. And also when you're attending meetings, as a young woman, you're assigned the role of a note taker. And you don't get to contribute to those meetings. So for a very long time, I was a note taker, but it wasn't a disadvantage. It wasn't a disadvantage in the end because you get to understand, because the field is so dynamic. It meant that you get to understand what people are saying. You have to put it down in a way that other people also understand what was communicated in those meetings. And that really helped grow my career. So from there, when Gigi was taking over Kictanet, she invited me to be part of the board members of Kictanet. And I would say the experience there was exciting and challenging at the same time, because that was when internet governance and the usage of internet was really opening up in Kenya, and we had to start demystifying concepts of net neutrality, privacy, in a way that policymakers actually understand. And I think that was the most exciting thing for me during that time. And I remember now moving it forward to now when we are trying to tell people about the concepts of privacy and the data protection. Now it's very, very easy. I remember the first times when we were advocating for the same and trying to get Parliament to put in a data protection policy. Parliamentarians would ask, if you're a good citizen, what do you want to hide? And what would citizens want to hide? And those were very difficult questions also to answer from our end. And so conceptualizing those concepts in a way that policymakers and even people on the ground got to understand and even start working on those policies was a challenging thing, but it was also exciting at the same time. So I continued working with Kictanet, and I think as Alice mentions that we moved from that space of engagement. It's still an engagement space, but you also realize that much of the things were being said on the list, but not being carried out or even being followed up. So when government made a commitment to say that they want to follow up with data protection frameworks, then they would need someone to help them, the civil society to help them. And Kictanet became that civil society that actually helped them through policy implementation. That meant that we had to be registered. That meant that we had to start designing the organization from just where people just engaged, but also people collaborated at the back end. So after Kictanet, I moved to Global Cybersecurity Capacity Center, which was another exciting venture for me. I felt like I had done enough at the national level, and we had opened up spaces for participation through the Kenya School of Internet Governance that brought in very many experts from different fields to start working on internet governance issues, which Kictanet by itself could not have done that because it was so overwhelming even for the organization. So at the GCACC, another exciting work, like I've said, and I've worked with Toela. At that time, I also started working with RIA because they were very big partners with the GCACC, forming the Global Cybersecurity Capacity Center for South Africa, C3SA. And that's where we worked with governments to actually build capacity, national capacity on cybersecurity. There again, it was another space where women were not actively participating, and especially African women. And we started driving the concept of cybersecurity not just being a technical thing, but it also has a people process. And women were so instrumental in participating in cybersecurity policies. One also because they are also most vulnerable because digital literacy, they're on the other side of the disparity on digital literacy, access use, being the nature of the domestic nature of African homes is that women manage the small bills in homes, and they're the ones who use the mobile money. They're the ones who manage the homes. So even being targeted by cyber, what do we call them? The social engineering tactics was very easy. Like someone being told that your child is sick, please send this kind of money, or they're in danger, and they would be vulnerable to from that point. So with those projects, we started seeing the need of getting more women into the space of cybersecurity capacity. We partnered with ITU. We partnered with some of the universities that we were working on, universities in Cape Town, universities in Tanzania, on global on capacity building, CCB for women. And from there, I see more women participating, the alumni in those programs participating, actually. So I worked at the GCSEC for like 1 or 2 years, 1.5 to 2 years. And then I felt like I wanted to develop my research capacity, and I moved to RIA. And the first project with RIA was conceptualizing the feminist principles that would go into the GDC. What's the New Deal that we want? That resonated so much with me because through my work, I've been seeing how women have been affected disproportionately by ICT. They lack access, lack of representation. With the new technologies, they become even more marginalized because they are not seen in the new technologies like AI, which also automatically makes decisions for them. So these decisions are biased even in the first place. And from there, we started developing not just feminist principles, but African perspectives to it, into these global processes that are actually starting, and we are continuing to make submissions, to engage with the technical envoy and with other partners on these feminist principles of them. In every submissions that we also make, we also try to see the gender perspective of it. And from the access research, I think this is something that we've been saying through the IGF, that the inequalities that are actually reflected from the after access surveys, that women are so much disproportionately affected in such a way that there's so much economic injustice for them to participate economically, politically, and even socially. And what the after access survey does is to provide this disaggregated data so that you can see the realities of access and how they're affected even beyond. I'm going to stop here, and then I'll welcome any questions if you have.
Thank you very much, Liz. And I must commend my panel because I think you have made our work a little bit easier because you have managed to touch on a number of things in your interventions. So looking at your experiences, some of the barriers, and maybe even some of the opportunities. So what I would like to do now, because I am mindful of time, and I also would like to give space for discussion and dialogue and Q&A. So I'm going to open the floor now for questions, comments, inputs, both from the online and those that are physically in the room. And for this, I am going to hand over to you, Alice, to manage for us this process. And Fabiola, I think, will support you in terms of the online interventions. Over to you, Alice.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Joel, and thank you to all the other panelists. So I'd like to open it up to any questions from the room. There are microphones, one there, and there's also roaming microphones here. Give it to Henriette. Yeah, we can keep. This one's working. I can just pass it.
I want Andri to say what I told her many years ago.
She looked at me in one of these, it was one of these meetings and said to me, because I offered, put up my hand to take notes, and she said, "You never do that." So,
but actually, as someone said, I don't know, who was it you, Liz, or someone said that if you take notes, it does give you a certain kind of power as well.
Yes, it does.
No, I just wanted to say that I think, I mean, it's really amazing to listen to the stories. And Alice, a movie is a good idea, I think. Liz is right there. My name's Henriette Esterhuizen, and I, together with Alison and the African Union, organize the African School on Internet Governance every year. And I think the one thing that I can say for that is that we've made huge progress. We never struggle to get good women who are experts. Tuwela is one of the founders of the school, so having Tuwela there as well, it's just very difficult to get hold of her. She's so busy. But there are women in the field. We have them on this panel here, and there are others. So the expertise is there. we always have at least half the participants also women. But there's still resistance. I think there's still assumptions. There's assumptions that women experts have to deal with women's issues, and that if women or gender issues are on the agenda, it has to be women that put them on the agenda. And then I think at the level of cultural norms, of expectations of how women behave, there are still huge barriers. You know, I think several of you mentioned the bullying, the expectation of how to behave as a woman in this space. You're not supposed to be controversial. You're not supposed to really be challenging, particularly not challenging people in authority. I think in Africa there is respect as a very much part of the culture of how we work. And I think it can sometimes be a little bit of a barrier. But I think, I mean, what we try to do with the African School is at least create a space where there is, where gender is recognized, even if that's not the focus, and where participants are made conscious of the need to be respectful and to listen to one another. So I think as one of our members of parliament who participated in this year's school, when they wanted one of the women staff members to type their notes, she said no. And in a way, that's how we are trying to contribute to establish more sensitivity to that. But I just want to commend you, really. I mean, Alice, listening to you and talk of those early years with Minister Tuju, how hopeful we were, and then how many challenges there were. I really think there has been a substantial change. There's still lots of challenges, but compared to the early 2000s, I think there is more recognition, there is more space for women to be in this space, and I think it's done by people like yourselves, and Alison over there as well, yes, who never stops annoying government officials and policymakers with all her very disturbing statistics.
Yeah. Thank you, Henriette. Yes, please.
Is it working? Okay. Thank you, Alice, for moderating this, and thank you for weathering everything that you went through, and it is absolutely wonderful. I am a woman. You'll be surprised, because on my right side is a woman, and on my left side is a man. So together, if you take the word woman, you put a bracket on at the man, so you find the set is a woman, and a man in a subset. So I am a subset of a woman. My mother didn't go to school, and it is because of a man. His brother, when she passed to go to the grade 4, she was told that you cannot go to school because you're supposed to be working, doing the fields and taking care of the cows. So when my mother told me that story, I made up my mind then when I was in primary school that when I grow up, you know, if I have a boy and a girl, they will grow on equal footing. So thank you for everything. So my thing really is to say that we really need to make sure that we continue to support girls and boys to grow up together, to work together, to support each other, so that as they grow up to become full women and men, they defend each other in terms of supporting each other. That is all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for being an ally. There's a lady there.
Hello. Sorry, I had my hands up. I'm behind you. Hello.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Can I ask?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Sorry. My name is Tigist. I am from APC. So now everyone is looking at me, so I'm just scared. I've been following the conversation actually online because I was supporting a friend who was in need of some consulting. But thank you, Fabian, for sending me the link. So I have listened to most of the conversation, and it has been very engaging, and it's so inspiring to hear feminist researchers having a conversation in a room, because I think we're stuck with gender as part of analysis, but not feminism being welcome in spaces. So it's a good and refreshing thing to hear. I have a couple of questions, maybe if the panelists can respond to. The first one is, I mean, in this IGF, one of the things that we have realized is, thanks to organizations like APC, after decades of struggle, that we now get to see online gender-based violence with its new terminology, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, being part of the agenda. You hear it everywhere, everyone is picking it up, which is awesome, which means that part of the struggle has been won, so that's a good thing. But now, for me, my question is, it seems like in terms of, this comes from a research perspective, it seems that we are much more inclined into talking about online harassment, which are very, valid conversation that need to be having, and doxing and other, they are very predictable thematic areas that we keep on picking up on. And I feel like there has to be a ways in which feminists have to start thinking about expanding the idea of violence, specifically online, from a multiple perspective. And I think I kind of came to that realization after we have experienced, I'm also from Ethiopia, a war in different regions. And the online space being a propaganda space for justification of rape against women. And that being seen not only from a government perspective, but also even from international media who have been recording around that. And I think that kind of recording, that kind of work needs to resurface in this space so that the urgency of the matter can be much more pertinent. So that's my invitation, and also I would like to ask for people to start thinking about expanding the idea of online gender-based violence from multiple spaces. The other one is how feminist is our work. I think I'm asking that because we tend to write feminism, but we end up doing a gender analysis. For me, they are two different things, because feminism has its own values in terms of really prioritizing women in gender diverse communities. And in that sense, how do you reflect about the sector that we are working on? And then how are you dealing with trying to bring in feminist issues in that space by dealing with those who are only interested in the analysis of it? The last question I have is, and also how do you deal with, this is also again from a research perspective, one of my critiques that I have is, in this kind of online gender-based violence, we tend to categorize women and LGBTIQ community together, and then the analysis, even the conversation end up being about women. And so how do feminists start making sure that the LGBTI community are not just there as a list, but also as an active allies and active contributors of knowledge? And so, yeah, I'm asking that question. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. Would any of the panelists, because these are research questions, can I hand that to Nena and to Liz? Yeah, Liz, do you want to start to respond? Nena, please. Yeah, Nena can start. Is Nena still online?
Yes, I'm
Yes,
here.
please.
Thank you very much. And I think it's also a very important question for Bonita. She has also been engaged in research. Just to say that Tigi's points, they're very, very valid. One of the things, the project I talked about, the edited project that we're struggling to work on, I think chapter 2 of that book is entirely on a topic I've termed Afro-cyberfeminism. And interestingly, you're talking about these points. I agree with you. Sometimes it seems like the conversation is all about, just cyber harassment. But I also want to point out that there are also other aspects of it's a broad discourse more than, in fact, when Tawela was talking, I was like, apart from rural women, there are also questions of refugees, women who are refugees in Africa. Nobody's really talking about this group. And in terms of access, in terms of rights, there are absolutely so many discussions that needs to be had. But I just want to say that except we work together, I've been very careful not to talk about personal experience, because if I do, people in the room or people online would actually pinpoint at maybe who I'm referring to in terms of some of the conversations and the challenges that we tend to have. One of the things Lizzie also pointed out to is we've moved from this space of technical expertise to, you know, broader aspects, policy and all of that. And I'm excited to see that Alison is in the room. I think we need to work more together and bring together the stories. The stories I've heard today gives a reflection of the research perspectives we need to put out there. But what challenge you tend to have, like I said earlier, is lack of researchers that are, you know, homegrown. Again, I heard the cybercrime working group of the GFCE. There is also the challenge of the global north and the global south dichotomy, which you find reflected in issues of research. For example, talking of LGBTQ, we have to look at the African realities and acceptance of these issues, and then advocacy and campaigning to push these conversations. The fact that there are people in those groups who would want to also tell their stories, but because of the African reality to these perspectives, they also can't come out to speak about their realities. So there is that global south, global north dichotomy. I wish we can also move from just having an African conversation to more of a global south, where we can look at challenges and look at commonalities in both regions. I think it would help if you look at, for example, Latin America and this sort of Afro cyber feminism conversations, and even from the LGBTQ perspective, there is a lot to share. So finally, just because of time, there are bodies, for example, like the UNECA. I know they are happy to work with organizations like, I know Research ICT is doing a lot. I think that there should be more platforms for research. People want to write. I know more and more academics in Africa, they want to write, but you also have this sort of westernized approach to writing. Most people who are writing about Africa are actually not in Africa. And that's a huge challenge. People tell you that publishers don't actually want to work with them because they can't validate the authenticity of the research coming from some of the universities in Africa. And I find that very off-putting. It's triggering for me. But then you find that people want to tell your stories more than you can actually tell your story. And I think Anret is here, the internet governance school. It's a great agenda, and I think it would be an opportunity to highlight more of these issues, as well as give opportunities for more platforms for women to talk about these issues from the points you've raised. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nana, for that. And actually, thank you so much for bringing up the issue of the global north and global majority dichotomy, because it even more nuanced than that. There's the whole difference. When you look at feminism, there's the way Black women look at feminism and the way other non-Black women look at feminism. There's also that dichotomy that I think we should not shy away from talking about it. It should not, you know, it's a controversial issue and we should not. Liz. Yeah. And then there's a lady, there's another. Yeah. There's someone in the roving mic. Yes. Oh, here, I can give you this one. Okay, I can take it out. Oh, it's to Liz. Liz. Here.
Okay. Let's here take this one.
Is this one working? Thank you. Yeah, so I get it that what was asked was the terminologies of feminism as it's in different regions, which you've actually started talking about. And this is something that we've realized, not just in my work with RIA, also with Kictanet, because some of these concepts come from the global north, because the funding is also coming from the global north. It comes with the conceptualization of how the global north faces it. And when you come to the ground, you realize that there's a disconnect, that people don't really either don't understand what you're saying, or they just listen to you, but there's no impact that is actually going to happen. The other kinds of differences in these terminologies is how also different regions in Africa also conceptualizes the term, because it's different from Francophone region, West African region, East African region, South African region. And also what you're trying to do at Research ICT Africa is to also unearth some of these conceptualizations so that when you are talking to policymakers, what are we equipping them with? Are we equipping them with evidence from what you get from the ground? And also with our consultation, we also try to reach as wide as we can so that we also get the contributions from, especially from Francophone, which is not really covered in the work that we do. So yeah, the other one was on cyber harassment and rights, which is also kind of the same. Most of the work that organizations in Africa and women do first go to cyber harassment, digital rights, people, women accessing opportunities, and which is rightly so, because we look at these things as just one theme, but it's one theme that is actually affecting other areas of women participation, be it in business participation, because so much businesses are going online, so much marketing is actually going online. And when women can't participate in these social spaces, it means that they can't market themselves, they can't even run for office. There's this training that we actually did after Kenyan elections, where we called women who vied and started getting their experiences on how they performed and whether they would like to vie again. And they were so discouraged because of the journey that they've gone through. So it's a series of harassment, one after another, and through the campaign period, they think that this is just the last one until we go to vote. And then after voting, they even realize that even the promises that they got from the ground, nothing just actually materialized. So they think back and they're like, all these hurdles that they've passed through, including cyber harassment, was it worth it when it doesn't actually translate even to a single vote? So when we actually did that training, and it was a wholesome training, not just a cyber security training, but also for them how to engage themselves. Much of it covered media literacy and digital literacy. You start getting hope and different approaches in how they also engage the society. So coming back to the terminologies and how they help how to translate on the ground, is that some of these approaches, we have to be careful in how we translate them from the West coming down, because it means that these trainings that we do, as much as we get funding from them, they're not having an impact, and two, they're even doing worse because they go out there with so much confidence, but yet they get even more backlash when it comes to implementation. I think the first digital security trainings, we emphasized on women having a thick skin, which really didn't help. And we tried to conceptualize things like how should we take on our content online? Should we go with the norms that are actually there? If a woman is supposed to market themselves with how they dress, should they continue, or should they continue with engaging with content? And we started mapping out how much of these women, or giving examples of women politicians especially, who actually engage online with political ideologies rather than other types of content that are quite popular. And when telling them that their realities, that there are women who are out there who don't actually conform to this content that are popular and are actually attract so much cyberbullying and cyber violence, and they can actually engage in ideologies, then they start seeing these examples as things that can actually work, and they've actually started trying them out. So yeah, in conclusion, I think we can form our own ideologies of how that would look like. And how what approaches that you can use in engaging when seeking higher positions, political positions, and or whatever social positions that we want.
Thank you, everyone. So my first response, not a question, just supplementing the conversation. She's asked a question that, are you equipping policymakers with evidence? And that is my thought process this whole time, which takes me back to a time last year when I was invited as a note taker for a consultation meeting where my name is Claire and I'm from Uganda. Our Ministry of Information and Technology is trying to introduce a bill that is going to review policies and laws governing the media industry in Uganda, and we're holding consultation meetings. This particular consultation meeting was this big, with just one woman, 2 women, another lady, and myself was taking notes. So I listened to the conversation and the views that everyone in the room had and did my job as a note taker. When I was done with my report, what I did was to write my own recommendations as a note taker. That, okay, well, this is what was discussed, but I think that we can do better to get more diverse views. And I wrote about 3 pages of recommendations at the end, and then included a list of women, what they do and how they can contribute to this discussion. And I also included evidence. One of the reports I attached was the report by Policy that Bonita has been working on that talks about cyber harassment and stuff. And other reports that have talked about issues affecting women in the media industry in Uganda. So I attached that to the report and included a note in the email to the person who had invited me. I said, here's the report. I didn't participate in the discussion because I had to listen to your views, but I've also added my views as a woman who is in the media industry and is affected by these issues. I've also included recommendations of women you can invite in future. Within a month or so, there was another activity that was involving the women that I had listed. So I think sometimes you just have to use the little opportunity you have to make your mark. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted, from the perspective of a policymaker in the German Development Corporation, address some of the things that have been said here. I mean, first of all, I very much agree with my co-panelists that labels are something that is quite difficult, and we have, I would say, quite different conceptualizations of what feminism means, both between the global north and the global south. But it is also something that, even if I look at my own country, Germany, you will find a huge diversity of different feminist perspectives and streams. And I think what is important is not to lose the final end out of sight, which is that, I mean, there certainly are differences, but I think quite often the issues that we're facing are quite basic, and there's a lot of common ground, there are a lot of interfaces between different diverging opinions that we share together. And I think if we want to achieve something jointly, I think we should focus on that rather than dwelling on or having conceptual debates about which label is the right one. The second point that I think concerns us as policymakers a lot is also the question of how we translate what we observe, what we see into practice, because we are always interested in improving the development interventions that we do, and I think it's very important to have discussions like this and rely on the findings of research to actually have evidence-based interventions. And I think we often find that we're still lacking a lot of detailed knowledge of what are the specific obstacles that women face in terms of access to digital services, for example, on the one hand. So what's the diagnosis of what are the issues, and on the other hand, what are effective ways, even if we know them, how to address them, because we often work also in highly complex multi-stakeholder policy environments where there are
power structures ingrained in formal structures, in ministries, in organizations. And so even having just a diagnosis is not enough to really design effective interventions. And I think that's why the discussions like this are very important.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tashi. I'm from India. It's been a very fascinating discussion because although I'm not from the region, I have worked in the region in some way or the other. And I like how everyone talks about policy, people talk about regulation. My question was, I was actually looking at what are some of the best practices and solutions that organizations have when it comes to convincing women to come forward and report a complaint. And also, and complain of an abuse or harm. I used to work on building multilingual repository of hate speech lexicons. Policy, people were talking, someone was here from Policy. Policy actually used our data set for a report that they did out for online abuses against female politicians in Uganda. And I think there's also a new report out for the Tanzanian region. I'm more interested in learning about how these discussions can help platform accountability, not with big tech, but maybe smaller platforms that would take these mechanisms seriously. But I'm really curious as to how Mozilla is leading that work, or GIZ is leading that work in keeping platforms accountable, and how do we find solutions? Because there are so many of these mechanisms, but we also see that a lot of women are not confident with moving online and sharing their grievances or complaint. And I know that I'm running out of time, but yes, I was just curious.
That would be the last question, and perhaps we can, Tobias, you want to start on how perhaps GIZ deals, how GIZ deals with that first? Do you want to start?
What specifically?
The question is some examples, and we've only. Yeah, then you can do. Okay, so. We've only got 5 more minutes. I'm so sorry. At Mozilla, we're very lucky. To begin with, Mozilla was founded by a woman. So, and we have, Mitchell Baker. She's the founder, chairperson, and current CEO of the Mozilla Corporation. And actually, more than nearly 90% of the executives are women. So very, very proud of Mozilla, and we actually really work hard to try and engage as many women as we can, and not just engaging them, but we go beyond. For example, understanding the role that women play in society and community. That there's still that societal expectation. So we make space. For that kind of thing, for example, parental understanding that their parental obligations are usually, placed on women, and a real emphasis on engaging on capacity building, especially for women. We haven't got it right yet. It's still an issue, and it's still an issue we are struggling with, even as a mission-based company. And really looking forward to working with other organizations to be able to find really lasting and sustainable solutions to support that. And in fact, that brings me to one issue that we've done, for example, and together with the African Union and Tawela, we conducted a research on the startup ecosystem and women entrepreneurs, because that is one thing that we haven't touched on. And when you look at, for example, the African continent, more than 80% of micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs are women. And yet they receive only 2% of funding and VC support, across the continent. Then when you go to the States where, where I live, recently, I don't know how many of you heard, there was an appeal, where a court ordered a Black women's organization, I can't remember what it's called, to pause providing funding to Black women, claiming discrimination, a conservative group. Yet, when you look at the amount of VCs that those Black women in the US receive, it's 0.3%. So we still have a huge problem. Women do most of the work, and we still haven't managed to come up with solutions. So I'll end there. I'm so sorry. I cannot accommodate any more questions. I'd like to hand over back to Tawela for closing remarks. Back to you, Tawela. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice, and thank you really to everybody for the different comments, questions, and inputs. I am going to attempt to give us maybe 5 key takeaways from this discussion. The first one, I think, is that we need to acknowledge and recognize the fact that there are very many dimensions in terms of talking about feminism and a feminist internet. There are also very many dichotomies that exist as we navigate that space. The second thing I think that is important as a recommendation is that we need to really put a lot more emphasis on experience sharing. And this experience sharing should be between the different stakeholders on the continent, between regions on the continent, between Africa and the global south, and then of course between the global south and the global north. The third one, I think, is that we need more opportunities and spaces to bring out the data, the evidence, the insights. We need to be able to tell our own stories as Africans and African women. We need to value each other. We need to value our work and value our research. Oftentimes we value the research that comes at us and to us from outside the continent. And we need to start, I think, valorizing our own research and creating these spaces where we can actually undertake this research, but also disseminate these findings to our policymakers and into the relevant spaces. The fourth one, I think, is capacity building, that we need to continue investing in capacity building, cyber capacity building, maybe more specifically. And to this point, I think just to mention the fact that there is an Africa cyber capacity building agenda that it has been developed that will be launched later this year. And I think it will be incumbent upon all of us to see how do we participate in that? How do we contribute to that to make sure that we are building the requisite capacity? But again, as I always stress, being mindful of the fact that this should not be an elitist type of way that we work when we look at capacity building, because that capacity has to start all the way from the grassroots and find its way in terms of making sure that we are equipping everybody that needs to be equipped on the continent. The last one, I think, is really about the accountability and really looking at the fact that we have an overarching framework in the AU Digital Transformation Strategy and all the different policies and frameworks that are emanating from that. And then the question is, how do we make sure that we are holding each other to account? How do we make sure that issues of gender indeed are being adequately captured and reflected as we develop all these different frameworks, strategies, and implement them? Lastly, I think that, going out of all of this, I think perhaps, if I recall from the Africa IGF, one of the things that was raised is that we like to talk, and we talk a lot. And then we talk, and then we leave, and nothing happens. So the question for us is, what is going to happen after this? Personally, I think as AUD NEPAD and as myself, my commitment is really on the digital transformation strategy. Really making sure that when we are starting to implement this strategy, that these issues that we are talking about will be adequately reflected. And then I'm inviting all of you also to think, what is your commitment? What is it that you are going to do in terms of taking forward some of these things that we have discussed today? I will invite you to continue the discussions. For those of us that are online, we will continue online. For those of you at the IGF, please make use of the breaks and all the other spaces to have these conversations. And with that, I want to thank my panelists, Alice, Nena, Bonita, Liz, and Tobias, and also thank Fabiola and Henry and Catherine, who've been working in the background, and wishing you all a great day further, and also an enjoyable rest of the IGF. Thank you very much.
it's not very loud.
Ah, okay, volume.
This.
Okay, we check, sorry.
But it's okay.
Okay.
This.
Tusalimiane bwana rafiki yangu. Huyu best yangu.
Unamjua?
Huwa hanisahau kabisa kwenye
Kabisa?
ananimailia vitu. Sasa I wanted to say storytelling is the next move. As a judge, mimi nimekuwa recipient wa training nyingi za OGBD. We are trying to aggressive interpretation of the laws. Really aggressive upon the specific adolescent girls and women. ご本人は ボリュームがね、 十分ではないとおっしゃったんだ
けど、です。
テストです。マイクテストです。マイクテストです。
一緒ですね。もうオンのままに。Kwa hiyo kipo hilo na ukitaka workshop utakuja niwafundishe storytelling is a tool for na mtoke kwenye policy advocacy iwe kwenye justice court advocacy sasa. Yaani ukishaisha kwenye level ya policy ziko friendly kwa wanawake. Sasa ni
But
implementation yake inakuaje? Jaji atavaje miwani? Storytelling is the thing. Me, I cannot pick a publication on sijui law, policy, nini. But if you say, this is a book about 5 women pioneering ICT in Africa. Oh, no, I will buy that book. Ndasoma. Nikiandika judgment yangu naona Liz was this lady who went to...
That's an advocacy strategy, right?
Ndio inaofanya kazi siku hizi. Hizi zingine... Yes.
Yeah.
Quickly, do you have any?
Let me check. I'm not sure. No, I'm not used to. The only one I have is my copy here.
Yeah, this one is. Okay. Okay. Yes, also vermutlich.
Bist du heute Abend am Start? Das sicherlich. Also kann ich haben das jetzt
I'm waiting for you to use. Yeah. I'm waiting for you to see that. Yes, yes. Yeah. Yeah, because if you don't do that today, I'm leaving tomorrow. Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah. Okay. Take care.
Okay, das wird man machen. Danke euch ganz herzlich. Vielen Dank für die Vorbereitung. Ich hoffe, es hat soweit gepasst. Okay, dann lass uns heute Abend schreiben, irgendwie, was so geht und was wir
How much time I get? Can I speak about you guys? About the installation? Yes, and about the internet control. I have the presentation for the for you speak on that. Yeah, I think okay. So what do you do for the presentation? Yes. No, but she's asking the poster of this event. Just make forward. Yeah, this one. How much should I speak? 5 minutes? We shall work in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 10 minutes, okay, and then you will talk about the coffee chats. The order is, I will send it to the group. I think it's like 2 to 5. 3 to 5 or?
Hello everybody, we are starting the alumni launch award session in 2 minutes. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to welcome you all of this enlightening session exploring the pivotal role of the ISOC Alumni Network in the realm of internet governance. Our hybrid session is designed to kindle collaboration, recognize our alumnus' achievements throughout the year, and shed light on the unparalleled contributions to the internet governance. From our inspiring Youth IGF ambassadors to our dedicated ISOC program fellows, mid-career fellows, early career fellows, and so on, our alumni network underscores the essence of the collective strength and purpose of the Internet Society. As we delve deep into today's discussion, we will spotlight the stellar 2023 Alumni Network, accentuating their significance in the broader context of the Internet governance. Throughout the session, we will unpack the array of activities hosted by the Alumni Network. There are more than 20 activities throughout the year, from workshops focusing on vital topics like encryption and internet fragmentation to our esteemed huddles at the IGF, which play a crucial role in bridging connections during large-scale meetings. These platforms epitomize the alumni network's commitment to nurturing continued connection, championing local topics, and steadfastly upholding ISOC principles. But that's not all. Today's highlights will include a deep dive into the highlight of the 2023 monthly workshops, where we'll reflect on the outcomes and glean insights from each of the workshops, with topics ranging from AI governance to interplanetary networks, community networks, and so on. Then an intimate chat on the ISOC alumni coffee chats with our esteemed colleague Lily here, emphasizing the value of the casual meets in weaving a tighter-knit community. And then a comprehensive discussion on our huddles, underscoring the integral role at various global events like IGF, ICANN, RightsCon, and so on, the regional IGFs. And our session's ultimate goal resonates with the ISOC's mission, advocating for an open, interconnected network. We are here to foster stronger bonds, embrace the spirit of volunteerism intrinsic in our ISOC community, and especially in our ISOC alumni network, and our collective work towards an inclusive digital ecosystem. So now, thank you so much for joining us. Let's embark on the journey together. So first, I will give the floor to Lily to talk about the coffee chats.
Thank you, Nico, for the overview, the general overview for everything that the Alumni Network has been up to this year. And it's exciting to see how we are able to rally the support amongst ourselves to be able to do the work we do. And you mentioned rightly the spirit of volunteering. It turns out that the learning doesn't end, and to bring our enthusiastic self to the forefront to be able to do this and continue the conversation is really inspiring. And just to say that a huge shout out to the team at ISOC for their continuous support, and to Mauricia, who literally has us coming together to just keep on the work we've been up to since our fellowship days, to those who also joined ISOC True Learning on the ISOC Learning platform. All of those people are also invited to be a part, and this is why we see the continuous growth amongst ourselves and for the community we interface with. Then today I'm going to talk about the coffee chats and what it has means to us as an alumni network. Think of the coffee chat as a place where we are able to unwind and unpack at the same time. So think of an informal setting where we are able to discuss issues that's in line with the Internet Society's action plan, which focuses on growing the internet, strengthening the internet, and empowering people to take action. So for the past 9 months, and the 10th one is coming on the 18th of October. We've been up to the coffee chat every month. What we've been doing is using an approach where the first 30 minutes is given to an expert speaker to speak on the topic, and then we have the room open for people to discuss. Now, we've gone through issues that are cross-cutting and issues that are also related to what Internet Society stands for, allowing young people to bring our voices to the forefront and to just see how we can gather support on the grassroots level to make things that are actionable towards the overarching goals for Internet Society. So from everywhere across the world, we've had people join in who are alumni. The idea was to have us talking among ourselves, and it's been growing. I see some people are taking interest and learning on the ISOC platform just so that they can also join some of these conversations, and it's been growing from time to time. So we've spoken about encryption, we've spoken about how to take action, we've spoken about how to even really support what it is you're doing, things around policy, and all of the things are what enriches those sessions. So for a continuation, in the past month we spoke about gender bias and AI. There's going to be a continuation also this month, and this is a clarion call for everyone to look out for the announcement when it goes out and plan to be a part of it. Now, like I said, we have it in a relaxed way. So if you had any question that has been on your mind, something that has been probably burning on your heart, and you want to reach aspects in the space, which is Internet Society as an organization, and just people who also work in the space, you can seize the opportunity to use that one to ask any question, one that wouldn't get people to judge you. You can be yourself, and you can learn well at it. At the end of it, we end with actions, something that's actionable, and we ask that you go and work with it, make the implementation follow after the conversation. So, in essence, that is what our coffee chat stands for. And for alumni who haven't been a part, please seize the opportunity. We need many of you to be hosts, many of you to be speakers, and just many of you to also join the conversation to enrich it. And with that, I'm going to give back the floor to you, Nico, and another colleague continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. Thank you so much. It's very important, the work of the coffee chats, because it's a place where all the alumni can join together and share their insights in a more decontracturated and informal manner. So now we are switching to Marco. Marco is the leader, one of the leaders of the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance that have been pivotal in shaping the discussions in the ISOC Alumni Network, because the Youth Coalition is a place when you can also find other colleagues, and the volunteer is a spirit to help us developing workshops, getting senior speakers. So, Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nico. Hello, everyone. I'm here as a part of the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance as a steering committee for Eastern Europe. Together also with Nico, we are part of the steering committee for this year. So the whole idea of Youth Coalition on Internet Governance is to collaborate and to network also the young people that are under 35 years old, and to help them navigate to the Internet Governance road. What means to help them is we have several activities that we are doing to the whole the year. One of them is preparing proposals for sessions for IGF, like this one here. This year we had, I think, together with the Youth Standing Group on Internet Society, over 150 submissions, which 10% of them were selected. Around 50 sessions here are the sessions that we helped and collaborate together with all the youth people to better structure them, to help them during the drafting, the phase of submission proposal, because there is a procedure that needs to be taken. And from someone who is new in this world, it might be hard to navigate to this. That's why one of our activities is to make working groups on the topics and prepare them, and together to submit the proposals from the youth. Another thing that we are doing is we have also bi-weekly newsletter where we share opportunities and opportunities for youth people, like jobs, fellowships, events that are happening, a lot of stuff. Together with the Internet Society, we are doing a mentorship program where we open a call for mentors to mentor the new cohort of youth ambassadors from Internet Society. Some of us are already mentors or have been part of this process, and it's very crucial and important, this kind of activity, because navigating the youth or the new generation of Internet ambassadors, it's very crucial to have a mentor, someone who can guide them or give their experience to more easily flow into the world of Internet governance. Other topics that are similar, like we mentioned in the beginning, are our sharing of the resources. We have also some mailing list, which is very active. We are sharing all the resources and happenings between the youths in the internet governance space. The writing blog posts, and from time to time organizing some events similar, like the activities where we do webinars on a specific topic, where we can share the experience from other youth, what they are doing, how they are doing, so to be known and maybe collaborate with them in the future. But as important thing is the networking part. So I would say it's one of the crucial things that as a coalition we are doing. And we are actively each year, as we are here present in the IGF in Japan. So I would thanks again to Nico for the time here to explain the Youth Coalition Internet Governance, and get back to his mic.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you so much. We are very good in terms of time, so now we are passing the floor to Saba here and Ananda. Both are coordinators of Youth IGF. Saba is coordinator of the IGF Youth Ethiopia, and Ananda is coordinator of IGF Youth in Nepal. So first Saba and then Ananda, they will talk a little about their initiatives.
Thank you very much, Nico, for giving me the chance indeed to speak on my project. So as Nico said, my name is Saba. I'm the coordinator of the Youth IGF Ethiopia. I'm also one of the ISOC alumni, and I served as the last year ambassador program of the 2022. So I will be sharing just a little bit about the project that we were been doing since last year. So as ISOC Youth Ambassadors of 2022, my teammates, Boo, Katerina, and me, we're working on a project called Toolkit for Youth Participation in Internet Governance. So this project includes the concept note and the concept note paper for the model IGF. So currently we have collected some of the materials for all parts of the toolkit mainly, and the model IGF is currently in the process of the completion. With the toolkits, we expect to complete the first edition in the coming 2 months. So as a model IGF concept note paper. Just to talk a little bit about the project, the project topic is the mapping existing pathways and crafting the model IGF. So we used 3 principles first of all. And the first one is truth. It really provides a reliable information shown on the official website of the program. So we provide the website address and also reference at the bottom of each page for further double check and reference. And secondly, it is a systematic and user friendly because it provides an easy way for young people to participate in a global governance of internet. So we collected the materials at 2 levels. First, at the global levels, and second, at a regional level or at a national level. We also noticed that there are other ways rather than IGF to provide deeper engagement in internet governance. So we included first advanced stage and second academic paths. So once it is published, you'll take a look at it and we'll know how and what to choose that first on your own interest and also on your own situation. So just to talk a little bit about my ambassadorship program, it has really opened, I can say that it has really opened a new doors for me and for my teammates, I hope. It has provided me with opportunities to network with like-minded young leaders, professionals, experts from around the world, and I can say that it was a phenomenal experience for all of us, for all of the youth ambassadors. So after this ambassadorship program, I joined the alumni network and had the privilege to be part of some of the sessions, to speak my ideas, and also to moderate some of the session especially on encryption. So personally and also professionally, I can say that this program has really empowered me due to the amazing people in my network and also the amazing people that has been invited to the sessions to give us or to share their expertise with us. So to this year, Youth Ambassadors, I would like to say that just take this opportunity as a stepping stone to a bright future in your career or in your life. This program really can lead you to advocate for an open internet or become an expert on internet-related fields or issues, and just dedicate yourself truly to this program and just make the most out of it. Thank you very much, Nico. I will head over to you.
Yes, heading over to Ananda as well. Ananda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nico, for this opportunity and everyone. My name is Ananda. I'm from Nepal. I currently coordinate Youth IGF Nepal. And if you guys wonder what is Youth IGF Nepal, we organize the younger version of Internet governance forum like this, where we actually invite multiple stakeholders into one session and give them opportunity to collaborate and work on, discuss on the issues that are pressing on the internet currently. So as part of Youth IGF Nepal, we not only organize one IGF in a year, we also do different capacity building programs for youth. Last year, we were able to send our 3 fellows to India School on Internet Governance by providing them travel support, and we also encourage our young community members to actually apply for different fellowship programs and capacity building programs out of Nepal as well. So by doing that, our fellows who have been representing outside Nepal come back to our ecosystem and then engage with more energy and give back to the community. That's why the Youth IGF Nepal community is growing a lot. We have more than 20 MSC members right now. We work diligently to make Youth IGF Nepal successful. Also, Youth IGF members have been contributing in different ecosystem into society itself, joining different standing group and different special interest group, working on different issues back in Nepal and contributing to the whole IG ecosystem. Also, we as a Youth IGF Nepal are helping to organize Asia Pacific Youth IGF, and again some of our fellows are contributing to the Asia Pacific Regional IGF, and some of them has been attending online these IGF sessions, and this is how we do our capacity building. And similarly, we also are part of the bigger coalition. It's called Digital Freedom Coalition. Youth IGF Nepal is a founding coalition member of Digital Freedom Coalition. And Digital Freedom Coalition organizes Digital Freedom Summit annually, where we talk about the broader digital human rights issues and digital age. And we organize a summit annually. This year, we will be organizing on the 9th of December, where we will not only invite youth stakeholders, also other stakeholders, to actually talk about the pressing issues in the digital space. And then we collaborate with colleges to do the capacity building events. That is how we are doing it. If there are anything else, we can come back later. Thank you, Nico, for the opportunity. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Sava and Ananda. This is great because the Youth IGF demonstrate that there is place to go local and apply all the knowledge we have learned into our local space, right? Organizing things, also having the conversation or bringing the conversation to our own spaces and reflecting, as Ananda said, in the regional as well. So it's a very good way for collaboration, fostering collaboration and also working with peers. So now we have here Valerie as well from the Alumni Network, and she is going to talk a little about our alumni huddles we have had throughout different meetings, RightsCon, ICANN, regional IGFs. So it's very good to have Valerie here with us. Please, Valerie, mention, you have like 5 minutes to mention about the huddles.
Thank you so much, Nico. And just like you rightly said, we've had a number of alumni huddles that we've held across different meetings. That's with the ICANN meetings, with the RightsCon meetings, as well as with the regional IGFs. What we noted is that we have a lot of young people who are spread across different fellowships, who have previously been members of alumni of the Internet Society Network. And what we aim to achieve is to be able to have a full network of all our members and be able to collaborate and build capacity for the alumni within the network. So what we do with these huddles is, for instance, when we get information of some of our alumni who are going to be part of the meetings, like I said, across ICANN, RightsCon, the regional IGFs as well, we come together and brainstorm as to how those alumni on site can then create a huddle and also help us who are online to join the huddles and ensure there's networking, there's capacity building, there's learning from each other. Because also what we noted is that some of the Internet Society Alumni Network members had not gone to ICANN meetings, and they were curious about what happens at ICANN meetings, curious about what's the entry point. And I think the alumni huddles really helped, because I remember when we were in ICANN 76, Nico, there was a question we got from some of the alumni who are joining us online asking, how do I correlate this to internet ecosystems and ensure I get a place where I can also enter the ecosystem? And how can someone who's coming through the Internet Society Youth Ambassador Program or the Fellowship Program then find a way into many of the ICANN communities in terms of an ease into the process, to be able to better also just give that ease of entry, because some of the communities can be very complex, but also just having that collaborative nature of the alumni, having the support you require, having a space where you can constantly ask questions as to how do I enter, how do I effectively contribute, how do I take these learnings from these various meetings and replicate the same at home. So I think, just like you're saying, Nico, the alumni huddles are here with us, and it's something that we continue to promote. We are also having one coming up in Hamburg during ICANN 78. So I think it's very important for us to ensure that we have our alumni. And just like Lily had said earlier, our call would be for all the alumni to come and join us so that we can make this network very broad, very effective, very value-driven, and also very supportive, to ensure that we keep the people within the network, but we also open it up to people who are not within the network to join us and keep bringing in more voices of young people across the Internet Society Alumni Network and other meetings as well. Thank you, Nico.
Thank you so much, Valerie. Yes, the huddles have been very, very proactive, and also personally, I was found myself meeting another former youth ambassadors that I didn't know that they were at the meeting at that moment. So it's a good place to foster this networking with people that sometimes you cross with them in the middle of the meeting and you really don't know. So these huddles are a place where, you can say, you are a former fellow which year? And that is starting a conversation, having about some topics. And also, as Valerie mentioned, like for the online alumni that are not participating on site in these kind of meetings, they are learning, and we also, the ones that are on site, are helping them to understand what is happening at that meeting. I remember in the ICANN 76 huddle, we also touched on what is happening. Yes, these issues are happening with the DNS at the moment. We are going to discuss about this. So the online alumnus there also had ideas for us to, try to talk about this and mention about this other. So it's a good thing to collaboration, and definitely a way to know other former fellows that or ISOC members, and it's very funny because everybody is joining the huddles there. They see a lot of people together and say, what is happening here? I am also from Internet Society. So it's a very good informal way of doing more networking. So now I have a very short presentation to share with you. If the technical could show at the screen. Excellent. So with this presentation, I would like to show all the activities we have had throughout the year, talking a little about the outcomes of each of the workshops, so we can add a little of content or what we have learned throughout the year. So starting from January, we have a workshop with Tracy and some alumni talking about opportunities in the internet governance. Tracy touched on what is the IGF, what are the different fellowships and opportunities available to participate at the different ecosystem meetings of the full Internet Governance Forum. Then he had some storytelling for us about his experience with the IGF, with the Internet Society, with the multi-stakeholder model, right? What is the way of doing things in a multi-stakeholder basis? Then about the youth engagement, what some concepts that for new people that are also, because our ISOC alumni workshops were open to every Internet Society member know and to be more attentive and to learn how to apply also to these opportunities. And also we touched on the different topics or the different baskets for doing the reference with the Curvalija book on internet governance that the internet governance has, the different topics. That was a very good workshop. I think everybody learned a lot. Then in February, we have our second workshop that was about internet fragmentation. We had a very important senior speaker there, that is Farzaneh Badiei from the United States. She is an internet governance specialist and is the expert on the internet fragmentation. In that workshop, we discovered that fragmentation has different levels or categories, such as the technical fragmentation, geopolitical fragmentation, the economic fragmentation. So it's very important to learn, and it was a very good moment for all the Internet Society members to discuss and put their insights on what are the different categories of the fragmentation. It's not all about technical fragmentation. There are infrastructure fragmentation or cybersecurity fragmentation. When we are talking about content moderation, content, that could be another level of the fragmentation, but some others say that no, that is not fragmentation. So it was a good moment to generate this discussion, and also about data localization laws, right? This workshop was very well, and we also had an alumni guest invited that was Innocent Adrico from Uganda, that talked about the internet shutdowns in his country, an important issue regarding internet fragmentation. So going to March, we have had the first huddle at the ICANN 76. There are some photos of the huddle there. You can see like us there and the people that join us with the hats. In Mexico, they used to use these hats. And also you can see the people that was online at the moment learning, as we were mentioning in the part of the huddles. It seems that we were very happy there. And then in March, we have our third workshop about the interplanetary networks. We was very glad to have Binton Cerf, the father of the internet, with us, talking about different aspects of the interplanetary network, such as the DTN protocol, Delay Tolerant Network Protocol, with all the high delays and disruptions of this protocol that is communicating between planets, right? We are talking about the internet out of the Earth. Then also about the store and forward, the issue of how the satellites need to transfer these packets. It's not like the DNS we have on Earth, because these packets need to wait until the orbit put the planet the most closer as possible to send the packet perfectly. So these technicalities and also being touched on the IPNG, that is the Interplanetary Network Group in the IETF, and also the possible integration in the future with the IP protocol that could merge Earth's internet with the space network. So maybe in the future with this protocol we could have access to Jupiter things in real time. What knows? Who knows what will be the future of this? And also being touched on some of the NASA's role pioneering the interplanetary network. There was a very good story he told about when they did a new protocol that was better than the previous one. They needed to update the rover that was on Mars, like remotely. They updated the protocol that the rover was using for communicating. So wow, this kind of interesting things we have touched on in these workshops. And I think that a lot of people learn a lot about this thing that maybe is about the internet, but outside Earth, right? So I don't want to extend in some of the things, but we have plenty of time. But we'll then have some little time at the end for the questions. Then in April, we have a webinar together with the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance and the Internet Society Youth Standing Group. That was where we started to collaborate with our peers. In this webinar, we saw a little about what is the IGF, again, what are the different intersectional activities of the IGF, you know, the best practice forum, the dynamic coalitions, and the policy networks. And we explored some learnings from previous years, also touch about youth engagement and so on. Then in April as well, we have the meet and greet with the youth ambassador, because this year the youth ambassador was selected like in the early months of the year, because it's the first time the youth ambassadors are not only attending the Internet Governance Forum, the global one, but also the regional fora and different fora like the RightsCon. So in April, all the meetings were like starting in the year, and we have had this meet and greet with them, where some of the alumni were present, and was a very good moment to start establishing this networking with the new cohort. Then also in April, we have our 4th workshop about AI governance and policies with our guest invited Warabil Mudongo from Botswana. Also with very good alumni. Our guest alumni were Rodrigo and Ose, touched about different policy aspects of the artificial intelligence. In this workshop, it was covered about the ethical frameworks, transparency and explainability of the artificial intelligence and the deep learning networks. Then about accountability and responsibility, the bias issue, ¿verdad? Through the gender bias and the fairness of these algorithms. So privacy concerns, safety and security, a lot of different subtopics on the artificial intelligence governance that was very great for the alumni to learn, and also the Internet Society members to engage in this conversation. Despite that the artificial intelligence is not like a central topic of the Internet Society, we thought that because it touches on privacy and also different aspects like standardization, we thought that it was a topic that was relevant. And because we were the ISOC alumni network, we decided which workshops we would like to have. So this topic was for sure very interesting for the Internet Society community. Then in May 2023, we have our 4th or 5th workshop about community networks with a very known figure such as Shane Coffin, an ex-ISOC. Shane Coffin is an expert in telecommunications, and she touched a lot on not only community networks, but also Wi-Fi internet service providers and wireless internet service providers, sorry. Also, we touched on satellite networks and so on. So what the market and the digital divide is about, right? The community networks are there to be constructed, to be community-based, initiated, and wow, it's the way we can reach like the next billion connected to the internet, right? So in this case, we have Shadrash Ankra experience about community networks in Ghana, and also other alumni featuring their experiences with the community networks. In June, we reached and had our huddle at the RightsCon in Costa Rica, where different colleagues joined together from whether they were online or on site, again, to know the former youth ambassadors or program fellows in the past. And wow, these huddles, that moment was when we find out or figured out that the huddles are very, very good for constructing the alumni network. Then in June, again, we have the second ICANN huddle in ICANN 77. There are some photos there. People is always very happy at the huddles. This was in Washington, right, in the ICANN 77. And Tracy was there, Lily was there, a lot of people, and yes, it is true. If you see the faces, they were all very, very happy. And was not only for the photo, was because happy of the moment. Then in June, again, with a lot of meetings in June, we have had the Eurodig huddle as well, where I was not there, but people enjoyed a lot. They say that they had very good experiences, and also Eurodig was a crucial regional IGF this year, discussing a lot about artificial intelligence and different things, so it was very, very interesting for the ISOC alumnus that were there. Then in June as well, we have the workshop on encryption, the first one, because we wanted to have a series of workshops regarding encryption. That is a major topic covering different areas. So in that workshop, we have Callum Bog from the UK, Governmental Affairs and Advocacy at the Internet Society. Also, we have Lily there moderating, and Marco as well. It was very interesting to talk about the technicalities and the concept of encryption, right? I remember this workshop touched on digital signatures as well as all the encryption different protocols that you can use. So it's very good for the ones that sometimes are not so technical and want to learn what this encryption is about. I always say to my students, because I am a professor at the university, that you know the prime numbers that you learn in the school, a multiplication of two big prime numbers is the key of these algorithms. So the computer need to deal with this problem that is the factorization. But well, also the quantum computing is here, so this is at risk as well. So then we had our second workshop about encryption. I think the photo is wrong there. Let me check. Yes, I don't know what happened. Yes, we have several workshops. Oh, maybe it's a duplicated. Okay. In July 2023, we have some coffee chats about Global Encryption Day on the 5th of July with Theodoros and Paula. That is a senior policy and advocacy advisor. Again, touching on issues of encryption, but more on a general level. I think it was more about data privacy laws and the use of encryption more in the policy level. Exactly. With Esther, Marco, I remember, was moderating. We had also Sharon from Canada. So was more a conversation about the policies regarding encryption. Then we have a coffee chat on your impact stories when Leah Kieslin, the Senior Director of Individual Membership from the Internet Society, was talking about the action plan of the Internet Society and what are the things that they were looking for from the action plan, several things. Then in August, we have an alumni regional update exploring internet developments in the North American region with Kevin Dorvelus, our alumni from the Africa region that now is living in the USA. That was together with the senior speaker Natalie Campbell from North America Government and Regulatory Affairs. Then again in August, we have our third workshop about encryption. I told you it was a series of workshops with Ryan Paul from the USA, that was the Internet Policy Internet Society Director. And we have had Emilia Zalewska from Poland, and IGF Poland and NASC to talk about cybersecurity analysis. And also, I remember this session we touched on digital violence and child online safety. This another topic that is related with encryption, right? How to make sure that I remember also Emilia touched on the age verification issue and several things regarding how to protect the child online. It was very interesting to talk about that. Then in September we have our huddle at the African IGF, where people get together there in Abuja, right? Abuja was? Or in Abuja, sorry. In Abuja it was, and they have had the huddle there, again in the ISOC booth at the African IGF, so another moment to share insights and get networking. Then in September as well, we have a workshop about the gender bias in artificial intelligence with some experts as well. Then in October, reaching to the IGF, we have a webinar there about a workshop there about preparation for the global IGF, where yes, so the alumni network were there and different colleagues from the Utah IGF coordinators like Fio, me and Jess, Nathan, sorry, Lucy Maura as well. That was another ISO alumni. So with this, you can see. Let me stop sharing. Yes. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the session, but it's not just the end, I am really surprised by how much we have done this year, right? I think that every of us is very surprised. And looking back today, it's clear that we have been very busy and achieved a lot. But remember, this is just our starting point. We are all about working together, learning from each other, and helping in the area of internet governance. I can see from today's energy and discussions that we all share this vision and are ready to do even more in the future. So a big thank you to everyone here, every story, idea that made today special, and the good vibes of the volunteering teamwork. You know, contacting the senior speakers for the workshops, creating the flyers, organizing our huddles and coffee chats. It's all volunteering efforts, and This promises a bright future for the ISOC Alumni Network. And as we think about the next steps, I am very hopeful and happy, and there's so much we can do, so many challenges to tackle, and so many ways we can make a difference in the world of the internet governance. But before we end, let's take a moment for any questions or comments. We want to hear from you and keep the conversation going. Mauricia, do you know if we have any questions from our online audience?
Thank you, Nicholas. I have checked the chat. No questions as of yet, but I will just post another comment in the chat to ask for more questions.
Yes, we have a question on
questions?
site here. Maybe we will address the on site here, and if you want to do some closing remarks as well, I can let you go after the person. So yes, passing the microphone here on site. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. First of all, congratulations on all the work you have done this year and all the work as an ISOC alumni. It's very great to see that the network keeps strong and with people from all around the world. My name is Emanuela. I'm from Brazil. Today I work at an NGO called Instituto Alana, but I was an ISOC fellow in 2018. Yeah. And so my question for you guys is, I saw a lot of workshops and formation activities that are done within the network. But today I work with advocacy, for instance, and I see a lot of youth initiatives that they produce manifestos and they produce frameworks for design, and they raise the voice of youth in claims for government action, for internet action. And this is a question like, for advocacy perspective, what are you guys doing, and is there ways to do this? And because for instance, Internet Governance Forum is very important, but it is not a decision-making place. So are you guys like going to the Global Digital Compact? Is this something that the ISOC alumni, they are engaged with, and other decision-making spaces, and as well as helping each other with advocacy on their own countries? Because I would be very interested in participating in that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manu. And you're spot on. Yes, that exists. And I'll start from what we have as we're trying to put together a set of checklists or a how-to guideline for advocacy for young people following our coffee chats. So in the past, we've asked people, what do you need? And what advocacy are you working on? And then in the coffee chat, we try to give them support and say, here are resources to enable you to make this go further, or here are people that are also working in these areas and you can partner with them. Because we know that the coffee chats last only for an hour, there's an alumni mailing list. It's called, I think there's a name for it actually. There's a whole mailing list where people can post what they're up to in their countries and say, we need support for this. There are people from ISOC who respond. There are young people who say, I can collaborate to work on it with you. So the idea is we want to actually walk the talk. And in the coffee chats, we try to make that support available through resource sharing, through sharing of best practices, and then the training to be able to engage in advocacy. The other part about how we rally support to advocate as a youth team, I think right now it started off from the country level and community level where people are doing their individual work customized for their region, right? Maybe looking forward, we can see how we can merge efforts to do something like what we did around, say, go to an event and talk on a particular thing as alumni network. We can do that together. But for other angles where ISOC works with youth, the standing group has written position papers for global data compacts, for different angles of wishes and all of that. So that angle for ISOC and youth, it is this. But for the alumni network, we can do the projection for working together as an alumni network on a global level pretty soon. For what is happening with advocacy is pretty much for everybody in their own countries. And that's what the coffee chat seeks to do. I'm just really excited that you in this session, because I know how you've been asking, where do we start? How do we rally support? And so I'm happy you're here and that you're engaging and giving the right nudges for us to look in the right direction. So that's what is happening. And we need all the expertise for you to help us to enrich the conversations and to make sure that we are implementing some of the things that we've spoken about in our sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. Do we have any other questions? Please, Ashirwad.
Thank you, Nico. So this is Ashwat for the record. I'm an ISOC alumni in terms of I completed an online Defend the Internet course. I'm also in Internet Society Special Interest Group on Internet for Education. Thank you so much for your hard work that you've been doing, and I could see you've made a lot of impact as well, so congratulations on that. Yet still is still to be done. But my question is more related to kind of management and logistic issue. So Youth Standing Group is a global, we have members from all around the world, right? From Asia, Africa, and all. Similar with our special interest group. So the problem we face while during the meetings is managing the time. It's morning in somewhere, it's day in sometimes, and if Europe and Asia can come, then it's too late in America. And also, how do you manage that?
Yes, I can answer those. Yes, we have agreed that there is a universal hour that is 13 UTC, but yes, it's not beneficial sometimes for the ones that are most in the east of Asia Pacific. So yes, we need to deal with that, but it's a good point, and we could consider like having parallel meetings. In the past, we have had some activities that we have duplicated activities, right? Like at 1 hour and maybe 12 hours later, a similar activity. But yes, sometimes it's difficult to have the speakers, these senior speakers that has full their time occupied to have in both sessions. But yes, it's a good idea, a good point, and it's a good point for the future workshops and activities we could have. So now we have we are coming to the end. It's crucial to understand also that the Internet Alumni Network, while it's a significant platform, doesn't have like a singular voice like a traditional organization. As Lily said, it's made up of individuals, and these individuals working through their respective organizations are who amplify its voice and drive its mission. So thank you all for being a key part of today's success, and I will ask for a big round of applause for everyone. And also, let's capture this moment with a picture. Those here, please gather around. And for our online participants, Mauricia, could we get a snapshot as well? Will be great. Thank you all. Okay, let's have a picture.
I think we can stand there like.
If you are in a position to open your camera, it would be lovely to see your beautiful faces when I take the picture. If not, we completely understand and would take the picture as is. So thank you so much for joining the Alumni Lounge today.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, no, can I see
you
in person?
you can't see me.
Hi, can you please? Yes. Oh, look at that on the screen. That's so cool. Somebody should take that one too. Yeah.
We can do it someone.
That's so cool. Yeah, this way. Yeah. Yeah.
Smile.
One more. That's great.
One more. Yeah.
Screenshot the video.
Oh, one more.
Yeah.
Yeah, one more.
Oh.
No.
No, you can just take off. Yeah.
One more with this one.
With the other one.
One
no,
more.
you can take with this
picture.
phone. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, guys, if you want to stand here, we can take a picture with the phone online. Yes, let's stand in front.
It was a good meeting. Yes, thank you so much.
Guys, let's go this way.
Other one.
Online teacher. New picture.
Good morning. So these are background. You are in the background. Please hide from the projector. Yeah. Yeah. Side and side. You want to show.
Yeah, we can cover a little bit because it's.
Okay, one more. Say miso soup. Miso soup.
Matcha tea.
Matcha tea.
Matcha tea.
Okay. Thank you. Arigato. Yes, please. Really?
Thank you so much.
Oh, this is good.
Thank you, Ananda.
So for us, I think we get an easier entry in that. If there's anything that requires a policy change or a legislative change, that community international justice is like a think tank. It's called Think Tank. It's a think tank. Think Tank, yeah. It's a think tank in Kenya that has grown over, say, 15 years. So even the legislature look up to them a lot for, in terms of ICT changes and things like this. So because our youth IGF is housed under Think Tank International, it's easier for us to come to advocacy because they plan and we plan around them as well. But I've also just always wondered about how to make it there. Because now, I think because of, sort of because youth IGF is actually voluntary, so my day job, I'm a lawyer, I work in the law system in terms. We've only been able